Ladies and gentlemen, kindly rise for the national anthems.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति। कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः। तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा। तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शितः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्द्वैता 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 एतद्द्वैता।
Good morning and a warm welcome. The Kuwait chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India welcomes you to the third International Conference. As a part of our tradition, we would like to begin this conference with the lighting of the lamp. May I invite C.A. Rabin Gonsalves, Chairperson, ICAI Kuwait Chapter, His Excellency Dr. Adarsh Savaika, Ambassador, Embassy of Kuwait, C.A. Suresh Prabhu, former Union Minister and Senior Parliamentarian, Government of India, Special Dignitary, Mr. Sabah Mubarak Al-Jallawi, Chairman, Kuwait Accountants and Auditors Association, and C.A. Ranjit Kumar, Vice President, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Please join me up on stage to light the inaugural lamp. Thank you, gentlemen, for taking us through that wonderful moment of lighting the lamp and declaring this event open. Indeed, yet another day has come in the completion of a year that seems to have gone by so quickly. If any of you go back to the year 2023, you would have realized that it's just gone in a flash. And on the same note, it's 3 years since we are presenting and engaging in a conference of this nature. Last year, we had the theme as, can anybody here remember with me, what was our theme? Prism of possibilities. Now, the mind is so easy to forget that we need to remind ourselves all the time. This year, our theme is expand your horizons. और जैसे कि हमें सिखाया जाता है बचपन में, sharing is a way of caring, है ना? लेकिन शायद हम कहीं ना कहीं भूल जाते इस बात को. बड़े होते हम केयर करना तो हम भूल ही जाते हैं. That is why we have used for our theme this year, expand your horizons. And what better way to expand your horizons than by caring? Create, adapt, reinvent, and excel. That's what we've used for our theme. And that's what we are going to expand on today, all throughout this conference. Please join me in welcoming our very dear, our very flamboyant, tall, dark, and handsome, if you must connote him in that way, the chairperson, Kuwait Chapter, ICAI, CA, Robin Gonsalves, to deliver his opening address. Please join us.
Thank you, Lloyd. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the executive and subcommittee members, the founder members, the past chairpersons, and the many members who have served the chapter over the last 16 years, it is my pleasure to welcome you this morning to our third international conference. It is indeed very satisfying to see a packed house in Kuwait on a Saturday morning. So thank you very much. The theme of the conference this year, Expand Your Horizons, is simple to understand, yet very profound in many ways. It was chosen after multiple rounds of brainstorming sessions in our committee. We considered many themes around AI, data analytics, climate change, sustainability, digital disruption, and their impact on the profession and the society as a whole. While we recognize the need to upskill ourselves to face these challenges, we felt that similar challenges like these existed throughout humankind. But the human spirit has always triumphed. This time will be no different. What we felt truly holds us back is our self-limiting beliefs. We need to break out of our comfort zone and expand our horizons to overcome this chaos. We felt that chartered accountants would no longer be confined to their traditional areas of practice of being accountants and auditors, but instead, they need to look upon beyond their field of expertise, that is their comfort zones, and go on to explore new horizons. It is said, a well-ordered life is like climbing a tower. The view halfway is better than the view at the base, and it steadily becomes finer as horizons expand. Now coming to the words care, create, adapt, reinvent, and excel. We felt that with our rigorous training and experience, we should be looked upon as self-assured and confident professionals looking to make a difference in the society at large. It is our endeavor to create opportunities where none existed, adapt to the emerging situations, reinvent the default rule book, and excel in whatever we choose to do. So when there is care, peace prevails. When peace blossoms, new opportunities are created. And when new opportunities are created, horizons expand. On behalf of the Kuwait chapter, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to our chief guest, His Excellency Dr. Adarsh Swaika, the Honorable Ambassador of India to Kuwait. The Kuwait chapter is extremely grateful to the embassy for always supporting our activities and initiatives. We are especially grateful to the Indian embassy for supporting the conduct of our CA examinations in Kuwait. The CA exams are conducted even on Fridays and Saturdays, and the embassy staff have to specially come to ensure that the procedures are well handled. Sir, we deeply acknowledge the support. We assure you that as responsible professionals working in various sectors of the Kuwait economy, we will do our best to encourage trade, investment, and people-to-people connect between the two countries. We are very fortunate to have with us our very own CA Suresh Prabhuji, our guest of honor. I think he needs no introduction. We are truly honored, sir, to have you amongst us. C. Suresh Prabhuji is a former union minister who has handled key portfolios like environment, railways, commerce, power, civil aviation, etc. And his path-breaking initiatives during his tenures are bringing enduring benefits to our great country, India. In many ways, Suresh Prabhuji's life embodies the essence of our conference theme, Expand Your Horizons. Sir was an all-India ranker in the CA examinations. While we professionals are very comfortable in a sanitized setting like this, Sri Suresh Prabhuji chose a very different and challenging path. He fought and won 4 Lok Sabha elections. He was the chairman of the Saraswat Cooperative Bank at an age of 31 years. His contribution to the cooperative sector in India is unparalleled. In fact, when I was in college and doing my CA, my father used to keep telling me, see how well managed Saraswat Cooperative Bank is. You know why? Because the chairman is a chartered accountant. He is also a visiting professor at the London School of Economics. Truly a person who has stepped out of his comfort zone, reinvented himself, and excelled over several decades. We look forward to hearing your keynote address, sir. Our keynote speaker is none other than our Honorable Vice President of the Institute, C.A. Ranjit Kumar Agarwal. Sir, it is truly special to have you amongst us. We are having a visit from the Institute after a gap of 4 long years. Sir, your commitment to the profession is exemplary. It is pertinent to note for the benefit of the audience that Sir had 2 very important functions in India, the WIRC Regional Conference and his home state EIRC Regional Conference. He cut all that short to be with us today. In fact, he arrived just today morning, and by evening he will go towards his next assignment. That is the level of commitment he has towards our profession. And thank you very, very much, sir, for joining us today. I would like to welcome the chairman of the Kuwait Accountants and Auditors Association, Mr. Sabah, and his office bearers. Thank you for joining us. A warm welcome to the other speakers, guests, who have joined us from outside Kuwait. The conference will host a galaxy of speakers across various fields who will inspire us with their talks, journeys, and stories, and awaken the hidden potential which rests within each of us. It is said, when good people come together, great things happen. The conference would not be truly international without the presence of our members and friends from our chapters across the GCC. Thank you very much. We have representations from the chairpersons of Doha, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Bahrain, and Muscat. My counterpart in Saudi Arabia just dropped out at the last moment and has wished us well for the conference. A warm welcome to the members of the Indian Business Council, CA Sri Lanka, Indian Doctors Forum, and the IIT-IIM Association. The Executive Committee also extends a warm welcome to the spouses of members whom we have invited the first time. Thank you very much for coming. As chairperson, let me give you a small brief about our chapter. We are in the 16th year of our existence in Kuwait, and our members serve in almost every sector of the Kuwaiti economy. Our primary aim is to conduct knowledge-sharing sessions for our members and facilitate the conduct of the CA examinations in Kuwait. We look to equip our members with sufficient continuing professional education programs so that they can face the challenges facing the profession. As a socially responsible organization, the chapter also conducts various social initiatives like food and blanket distribution drives, blood donation, toy donation drives, etc. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the chapter contributed substantial amounts towards the Kuwait Red Crescent Society, the PM CARES Fund, an amount of rupees 1 crore towards sending oxygen cylinders to India. To conclude, I would humbly acknowledge the unstinted support I received in putting this conference together from my committee members, the advisory board, and my family. Everyone has worked tirelessly over the past few months in total sync. I wish all the delegates all the very best for the conference, and may this conference help you to pursue new opportunities, build new relationships, and elevate you to expand your horizons and reach new heights. To conclude, look to the horizon, expand your wings, and fly. Thank you very much. I would now request to please play the video message sent by our Honorable President of ICI, Sri Aniket Tilati, who was not with us today, but he has sent us a lovely video message for the benefit of our members. Please.
My dear colleagues, I'm glad to note that the Kuwait chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is organizing its third international conference on the theme, Expand Your Horizons. I'm delighted that the Honorable Vice President, and I'm aware that a lot of members of the Managing Committee of the Kuwait chapter have a great affinity to him, not just because of the kind of leadership he's offering as the Vice President throughout the year, but also because he belongs to Kolkata, and so many of the Managing Committee members of Kuwait chapter are from Kolkata. So I'm delighted that he is in your midst, in person, physically with you. I'm not able to join you physically, but I'm delighted to give you a virtual address to all my colleagues in Kuwait, the entire Managing Committee, and all my dear Chartered Accountant friends. I must congratulate the chapter for choosing a very apt theme for this conference. The world is changing at a dynamic pace, and consequently, our profession is also changing and adopting. Data analytics, artificial intelligence, virtual workspaces, and remote learning are now important areas which are dealt with by every chartered accountant. The skills and competencies that CAs need today are rapidly changing, and in order to survive and excel, we need willingness to adapt and embrace these changes in addition to acquiring new skills and constantly being updated. At ICI, we constantly endeavor to expand the potential of our members through regular capacity building initiatives and keep them abreast of current as well as future trends. In this regard, we not only have our technical committees which are doing some tremendous work, but we have a specific and dedicated digital accounting and assurance board which does various programs, seminars, webinars to ensure that our members are technically and technologically upgraded. I'm delighted to share with you that very recently, DAB, or the Digital Accounting Assurance Standard Board of ICI, organized a physical program in the Hyderabad COE where best-in-class technology was discussed, deliberated, and the best speakers from across the country were there. 70 participants from across India came there, stayed at the Center of Excellence, got learnings from the best technological experts. And this was all possible because of the wonderful infrastructure that ICAI has been able to create over these decades. Friends, at the Institute, the regional councils, the chapters, and the branches are extremely critical because they are an extended arm of the Institute and play a very crucial and critical role by organizing seminars and events which update all of you, our members, who are living abroad and enhancing your skill base and knowledge. I compliment the Kuwait chapter of ICI for the professional initiatives taken for the betterment of the entire accountancy profession in Kuwait. I compliment you for keeping a most appropriate international conference and such wonderful topics. My best wishes to all the participants and wishing all of you and the event a resounding success. Jai Hind, Jai ICI.
Thank you, President, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, fellow colleagues and distinguished guests. I am CA Aditya Vikram Dhanuka, Vice Chairman of Kuwait Chapter of ICI. It's a pleasure to introduce His Excellency Dr. Adarsh Savaika, Indian Ambassador to Kuwait. It's an honor to introduce you, sir. His Excellency Dr. Adarsh Savaika holds a PhD degree in chemistry from Delhi University. He joined the Indian Foreign Service in 2002. His overseas posting includes assignments in Moscow from 2004 to 6, Sofia from 2006 to 9, China 2009 to 12, and Bangladesh 2016 to 19. During his stint in New Delhi, 2013 to 15 as Director, Deputy Secretary in the United National Economic and Social Division, UNES, he represented India in various UN multilateral conferences, negotiation, and was a part of the Indian negotiating team for post-development of 2015 agenda and SDGs and the Paris Climate Change Agreement. In December 2015, he joined the High Commission of India in Bangladesh as Deputy High Commissioner and served there till March 2019. Upon return to New Delhi, in March 2019, he served as Director, Acting Head of the Indian Ocean Region IOR Division. He assumed the office of Joint Secretary, CPV, Supervising Counselor, Passport and Visa Matters in MEA in October 2019. In August 2020, he was appointed as Joint Secretary, Eurasia, responsible for bilateral relations with Russia, Ukraine, Central Asia, and country in Caucasian region. He also served as Civil Vigilance Officer of the Ministry from February 2020 till November 2022. Please allow me to welcome His Excellency, Dr. Adarsh Savaika. Sir, please come here and share your insights with us. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Namaskar. Shri Suresh Prabhuji, former minister and long-time parliamentarian, Vice President of ICAI, CA Ranjit Kumar, Chairperson of ICAI Kuwait Chapter, dignitaries from other GCC countries, I think the heads of the ICAI chapters in these countries, dear friends. First of all, let me congratulate ICAI Chapter, Kuwait Chapter, to have thought of this initiative and brought together a number of stakeholders, both from the Indian community as well as our Kuwaiti friends. I forgot to mention the name of the chairperson of the Kuwaiti Auditors Society. Very happy to see you. I think this is a very timely conference because it will not only discuss what the chartered accountants are doing here, but also look at the Indian economy and how it is growing. So let me first of all mention that the Indian community in Kuwait,
the largest expatriate community. It's known for its hard work, perseverance, trust, and the skills. And that is why you find all our community members in different places as heads of, as CFOs, as doctors in all government and private hospitals, as CEOs in many of the biggest firms in Kuwait, or in different fields, whether you see the domestic household sector or the nurses, you'll find Indians everywhere, and that's why because they are so well thought of in the society. Now, as far as ICAI chapter is concerned, chartered accountants, they around 400 to 500, if I am not wrong, and they span the spectrum of the financial services sector in Kuwait. They are known for their diligence. From the embassy side, we work very closely with the ICAI chapter, not only in terms of taking forward the chartered accountancy thing in terms of the examinations which have been conducted in the recent years with the support of the embassy, but also for various other events. I will not take much time because we have distinguished speakers like Shri Suresh Prabhu and ICAI Vice President to speak to us, and then during the day I think there are a number of other sessions. But what I can say is that ICAI chapter is well recognized in Kuwait, and I commend them for the work they are doing, and they can always count on the embassy's support in this regard. So once again, thank you for inviting me to this conference. I am sure that today's conference will be a success. We all will take back something more than what we came with, and I look forward to a good conference today. Thank you.
His Excellency, thank you very much for those lovely words. May I now invite our chairperson, our vice chairperson, C.A. Rabin and C.A. Aditya, to kindly present His Excellency, Dr. Adarsh, with a token of our love and memento. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to the Indian Ambassador to Kuwait.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and honored dignitaries, I'm delighted to welcome you today as we gather to celebrate the distinguished presence of C.A. Suresh Prabhu, a visionary leader, accomplished statesman, and dedicated public servant. Mr. Prabhu has left an indelible mark on the realm of politics, commerce, and governance. His unwavering commitment to progress, coupled with profound understanding of economic intricacies, has positioned him as a stalwart in the landscape of Indian leadership. Mr. Prabhu is a distinguished individual with multifaceted career, spanning roles as chartered accountant, banker, corporator, policymaker, strategist, change leader, senior politician, and former senior parliamentarian of India. Over a remarkable 30 years journey, he has held 10 significant cabinet portfolios at the federal level in the Indian government, showcasing his expertise in areas such as industry, power, environment, and forest, railways, civil aviation, commerce and industry, and fertilizer and chemicals. Notably, Mr. Prabhu has been a key player on the international stage, serving as the Prime Minister's spera to the G70 and G20. In this role, he played a vital part in shaping the official agenda of the Government of India for critical issues addressed in the G7 and G20 summit. A prolific speaker, Mr. Prabhu has delivered over 5,000 lectures on a wide range of topics, including education, economics, climate change, international relations, geopolitics, international trade, rural development, public policy, energy, and sustainable development. Today, we have the privilege of gaining insights from him, whose endeavors have not only inspired generations, but has also shaped policies. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to the esteemed CA Suresh Prabhuji.
Good morning, friends. Our India's ambassador to Kuwait, His Excellency Mr. Swaika, my dear friend, and now the Vice President of the Institute, but soon to be the President in the next few weeks, and a very dynamic thought leader, CA Ranjit Agarwal, the chairman of this chapter, whom I have to always respect because he's from Goa and my wife is from Goa. The vice chairman and all my other distinguished fellow chartered accountants. So for me, come to Kuwait was a long overdue issue. So as I was telling some friends, I couldn't wait any longer not to come to Kuwait. No wait, I had to come to Kuwait. Why? Because I was here way back in 1998 when I was the Minister of Environment, and I was telling our ambassador that there was a Montreal Protocol meeting in Egypt. So I don't know why, but it was actually, I was going through Kuwait and that was my last visit, so that was 25 years ago. And therefore I was saying it was a long wait. But I realized that coming to Kuwait is, for me, a feeling of great happiness because I could meet so many friends. Our ambassador, Dr. Adarsh Swaika, is my old friend. I didn't realize he's the ambassador, honestly. I didn't realize, my mistake, we had to keep traveling all the time. And our relationship go back to many years. And I've seen his distinguished career and his dedication and the way he has worked to promote India and a cause of India, help Indians and make sure that they promote the Indians in different parts of the world. And I'm very happy that he has decided to help the Institute to conduct an examination in Kuwait. So I must thank you for that. But I don't know whether it's a good idea, because for me, the examination of CA brings nightmares. Sometimes, even I'm not joking, till recently, last few years, I don't have it. But otherwise, I sometimes used to wake up from the sleep thinking, now my final exam is tomorrow. And then I was like sure, because when I passed, the result was 1%. So only 99% chance that you will fail, because this is how the exams were. So, this was one of the toughest exams that I have faced in my life. And Ambassador, I can say, tougher than politics. So it was really the most difficult thing that people go through, the rigors of passing. I don't know now, because Mr. Agarwal is a very broad-minded person, so he must have relaxed that now it will not be 1%, it must be a little more. But, so meeting my friend like him, my friend, as I said, Ranjit Agarwal, who is of course my fellow chartered accountant, younger than me in age, and that's the only thing, he's younger than me, otherwise he has done so many good things in life, and so many of you whom I've met in different locations, different capacities. So for me, it's a reunion of friends, and I'm very happy that I'm here. At a time when I'm very happy that, I was just seeing that the theme of the conference is very exciting. You say broadening horizons, and how to adapt. There was also sub-theme which was very interesting. So this was very interesting. And that's something which I think everybody has to now learn to adapt to reality of life around us. That's what we have done, and that's why we have survived for tens of thousands of years on this planet, because we adapted. But now the new adaptation that will be necessary will be a completely different type. But importantly, right now we are in a place wherein, and we are in a time wherein the world is facing a huge challenges of a magnitude, of complexity, of unimaginable gravity, that we don't know how can we face it unless first and foremost we start rethinking about ourselves. If we go by the past, I have said this many times, but one of the greatest philosophers of India, I am not India actually, he was only born in India, one of the greatest philosophers of the world, I would say, was J. Krishnamurti. And he would always say the biggest enemy of a human being is his own past. Because past binds you to a time which has gone by. And that is not going to come back again. But impression that that past creates on your mind inhibits you from thinking freshly. And that's the cause of a problem. Because you want to face today and tomorrow with a knowledge of the past. How is it possible? And that's why, unless we first and foremost start delinking ourselves from our past experiences. Now it's a paradox of life that when you apply for a job, they'll say, what is your experience? If you don't have experience, no job. So just imagine. And here is the reality that experience actually imposes on you a burden which is so difficult to carry to face the reality of today and tomorrow. So this is one thing that we have to now understand. And I'm very glad that, at least because we are only talking about chartered accountant, the complexities of world problem are far, far bigger. But at least I'm very happy. I had a brief conversation with the Vice President, and we'll take it forward. And I'm not saying that is his idea, and he will discuss at an appropriate time. But what struck me well was, he was telling me that unless we actually think afresh, we're not going to solve the challenges that we are facing today. And everybody's facing problems. Everybody's facing challenges. There's a Dr. Rao who is an oncologist. So I think I always wish I know him, but I don't have to go to him. But just imagine the challenges in every sphere of life. So why only we should worry about it? Because we have an additional responsibility, which not many others will have, including, sorry, doctor, but not even medical profession can claim to have that knowledge and expertise to deal with complex problems. Because as chartered accountant, the kind of training that we undergo and the kind of real life situation that we always face in our professional career is that we have to bring together so many complex issues together. If you are good in accounting and not in taxation, you'll have a problem. If you are good in both and does not understand the implications on finance, you'll have a problem. So just imagine, unless you understand, the whole thing will not be able to address these issues. And therefore, as chartered accountant, this is a responsibility of not just in such conferences, talk about challenges before the profession, which has to be done because we are a professional body. We must think about that. But more importantly, how do you use our collective knowledge, collective wisdom, collective expertise to help society address these problems? And that's one thing I'm sure you'll be able to also focus on that. Right now I was saying we are in a region where next door there are so many challenges which the world is focusing on. Just next to your other very important event just happened, COP28, where we discuss other global problem. This is the place where there is actually a real fund of money as well as knowledge available. Because Middle East has become, and particularly Gulf, has become a melting pot, where people from all parts of the world have come here. They meet, work with each other. So this is no better place than understanding the global problems. If you want to understand, this is the best place to understand, in not just Kuwait, but the Gulf as such. Like in UAE alone, there are more than 200 nationalities. They work there. And as our ambassador will tell you that we have more than 9 million people of Indian origin, or Indians, not Indian origin, Indians, who are working in this part of the world. So actually, and I was always say it in a lighter way, that who else can solve the world problem than Indians, because Indians face problem every day. So we face the problem for so many kinds of problem in our own life. So we are the rightly equipped to deal with that. But as chartered accountants, I think it is our bounden responsibility to think about such challenges and such issues. Luckily, all of you who are members of the institute and who are members of the chapter are holding very big responsibilities. In fact, it's a proud moment to see that people always wonder that whole world wants to come to this part of the Gulf. Why? Because this is very exciting opportunity, place where you can do many things. Comforts are available, opportunities are plenty. But who runs this place? I'm not trying to run down anything, but many important positions in Gulf, in many important organizations, are occupied by people from India. This is it is a matter of pride for us, but also responsibility. I thank my friends from the Gulf, the royal family, the governments, that they allowed this opportunity to the Indians. But because we run it, we have also responsibility of understanding what we have learned from that. Can you create, Ranjitji, an experience sharing platform of people from different companies, different areas, into their respective areas which can benefit others? You know, this is something which we should really think about. We always talk about knowledge sharing. But knowledge sharing on what? On taxation. We are in any case, we have done such a great job in complicating tax law that we always will have conferences after conferences. But what is important is not just technical information, technical issues, but how do you make real life experience sharing with others? So, you know, this is something which we must all really appreciate, that this kind of challenging world that we are facing today, somewhere or the other, the epicenter of that is also Middle East. So just imagine that if we can actually help in understanding the complexities and actually address the global issues, will be a great issue. So you talked about broadening the horizons. That is also a very interesting theme from many issues. See, many of us, many professionals, they came to Gulf. There are many who came in for many reasons. In fact, much of the Gulf is also built by good number of people from Indian origin or Indians, but also from our neighborhood. So they came from South Asia, they came from Southeast Asia. Some of them, of course, came from Africa, but many came from South Asia. So when we came, we developed. Now, some of them are running the infrastructure which was created by their fellow citizens. But now, the next phase is going to be different. Because infrastructure is already created. There is already running of infrastructure is already in place. So what is that we should do next is an issue that broadening horizon, you should think for your own self. Because what is this 9 million people of Indians would be doing for future growth of this place? For their own career growth, but also for this place. Something strategically, you must really think about that. Because that's very important. And that is something which will be one way of looking at broadening the horizons. Secondly, when we came here, this was necessary. That if you don't come here physically, you will not be able to do the job. Now that has changed, thanks, of course, was accelerated by COVID, but otherwise also would have happened in any case because of technology, that you don't have to be physically present to deliver a particular job or a particular service, barring few, including medical care now. You can do very remotely, you can offer all kinds of services. So this is a new issue in which broadening horizon you should think about. In this changing world, how do you find opportunities for chartered accountants? And that's something I'm happy that the Vice President is already thinking about. So that is another very interesting area that we must actually focus on. And then chartered accountants it has already become, it's not something which I'm saying, which is for the first time, that how do you actually become a business solution provider, but going beyond that now. Because so far, chartered accountants were seen to be tax advisors or corporate advisors, auditors, many others. But now, there is another very important sector which has grown in the last few decades, which is neither business nor government, but is a very good sector. In fact, I was very happy that our past chairman's wife is doing something, tremendous amount of work for kids who are born with some special abilities. So how to deal with them. So she's doing that. So that kind of sector, which is now going to grow on a larger scale. In India, you'll be surprised that people who are working in social sectors, they contribute tremendously. So normally our traditional way of capturing growth, which comes in the form of GDP numbers, do not necessarily count the contribution of these people. Because economic growth, the numbers can easily be captured by finding out agriculture, services, industry, very easy to find out. But what is contributed by the social sectors is not very well featured in terms of understanding the growth cycle. But it's actually a reality that if there is no social sector development, economic development can never happen. In fact, social sector is actually a launching pad for economic growth. Now, that sector has grown a lot. How can chartered accountants contribute to the growth of that sector? Because so far, from auditors and accountants and tax practitioners, we became business solution provider. But now, how can we actually be the facilitators, enablers for growth of social sectors? And I will tell you something in terms of broadening horizon. One is this is going beyond what we have thought so far, but also it will actually help each one of you for your professional career growth for sure, but satisfaction for yourself. Your wife who works for this particular social need, she would be deriving more happiness than cannot be compensated by any package that one can think of. So just imagine that how can chartered accountant as a community, broadening horizons, going beyond these traditional barriers that we have set for ourselves, and think about broadening these issues. This is also going to be extremely important and challenging issues. Of course, it is too much to expect, but also start thinking about it. That institute must start in this part, of course, but should have many centers, but should be the main center, should be the Now Center, should be somewhere in the headquarters. It's a center for addressing global challenges. How do you address global issues? Whether there are different kinds of global challenges, but you do not, if you want, you should not go into all global issues, at least related to finance. Now we have seen when there is 2008, when one bank collapses, it takes along with it everybody else. We also learned during COVID that no one is safe unless everybody is safe. So if somebody catches fire, it is going to engulf the whole world in next some time or the other. So it is like when doctor would say, if you start sneezing, somebody else will catch the cold, right? So it's actually, how do you actually work on some of these global issues, and you can set up a center. This could be contributing to global good. And that again would be something like thinking about broadening the horizons of a professional body as a whole. So I look at this particular theme as individual. How do you make sure that you individually as a professional, because last time we learned many years ago, of course there's a very good program that Institute does, is that you cannot continue membership unless you have this continuing education program. But some of them work for the final certificate, then they are attending the program. Because the certificate is given, that means the job is done. So how do you, actually one part is that personal growth to broaden horizon, how do you achieve that? That's one part, and that I think we really need to celebrate. But also as a collective body of chartered accountants, as professionals, how do you make sure that we work together? I'm very happy, and under the patronage of the embassy, we have this IBPS here, right? That Indian Business and Professional Forum, IBPF. So I think that's a very good initiative. But I'm saying, we have to now ensure that we will grow our profession, and that has to be a primary job of any body which is membership-driven body, but also help the society broadly. And that is something which is so, so important now. And I think we should do that. So once we start that global center, you can have regional centers focusing on regional issues. And that's what we should think about in terms of broadening the horizons. And I think we can continue to work on some of these ideas and some of these issues together. But again, coming back to our own alma mater, our own institute, I think we should be proud that we have such a fantastic institute, which is, of course, rich in finances, but that's why it attracts the attention of so many others. But rich in knowledge, in expertise. Now, only issue is that how do you make sure that, when I was saying the experience sharing, the other part was, I was saying, how do you make sure that we bring benefit to the larger community of human beings from our collective knowledge that we possess. And that's something I'm sure we'll be able to do together, work together. But I'm very happy to see that even in a place like Kuwait, we have so many of our members. And they are all very well integrated. And this adaptation part, they already adapted. So some of you, they're not wearing the jackets and wearing the local dress, will not be able to make out that are you Indians or you are from the Kuwaitis. Because that's how well we are integrated into society. And we should be proud of that. Because we can never be in a place where we don't adapt ourselves. We should always be proud, and therefore I was happy that the first national anthem that we played was of Kuwait, because that's our primary place where we have to definitely work with. So I think we should try to help this local community, we should adapt to them, work with them, and I'm sure then we'll have, all of us will have a brighter future. Because humanity has no bright future, individual can never have a future. So that's what I talk about is collective goodness, collective good that we must create for the benefit of others from the knowledge and experience that we have got. And that's what I was saying. Even doctors, and don't get me wrong, Dr. Rao, but even doctors won't have that competence and capability which chartered accountants as a collective body would have. Because you can see many of them, they run some complex organizations in the Middle East, in the Gulf, very complex organizations, very large ones. And sometimes you ask them, you are a CEO of this, what do you do? So all of them always feel that you must be from IIT to do this. And then you are surprised to know that they are all chartered accountants. Many of them are chartered accountants. So I think we should try to bring this together. Thank you very much for inviting me, give me an opportunity, and as I said, for me to meet my old friends. And of course, I'm sure during the course of the day, make new ones. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. That was very inspiring and informative. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving our guest of honor a warm and a round of applause that has never been heard before. A special thank you going out to you, sir. Presented by C.A. Robin Gonzalez, C.A. Shweta Chipra, and C.A. Aditya Dhanuka. I thought I need to change the world. So I went out from country to country trying to influence people. Nobody listened to me because nobody knew me. Then I said, let me try with my own country. So I went around India. I said, I must change India. So I went from state to state. Nobody listened to me. Then I said, let me try my own colony in my own vicinity. Nobody listened to me there too. So I said, let me change myself. And looking at the difference that I make in my life, my family changes, my community changes, my state changes, my country changes, and the world at large. We are changing the world by changing ourselves. And we start with such a fine way of presenting to you that a souvenir will now be released. Up on the dice, we have CA Robin Gonzalez, CA Aditya Dhanuka, our chairperson and our vice chairperson. CA Ranjit Kumar, the vice president. The Indian ambassador, His Excellency, Dr. Adarsh Sweka. The chairman of the Kuwait Accountants and Auditors Association, Mr. Sabah Mubarak. Our guest of honor, CA Suresh Prabhu. The executive committee member, CA Shailesh Ladda. The executive committee member, CA Jatin Bagaria. Executive committee member, CA Manish Chaturvedi. Let's give this ceremony a very big hand. And indeed, it is an accomplishment.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and honored dignitaries in this land of Kuwait, which is home away from home. I am Rohit Agarwal, current secretary of ICI Kuwait chapter. It is my great honor and pleasure to introduce to you special dignitary, an accountant, an auditor, someone who relates to us first. I introduce to you Mr. Abdullah Al Isa, member of Board of Directors of Kuwait Accountants and Auditors Association. Mr. Abdullah is also a managing partner in TGS Al Isa, member of Kuwait Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing Committee. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Abdullah Al Isa.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good morning, everybody. Dear Mr. Ambassador, board members of CA, participants. I would like to express my gratitude to the Kuwait chapter for inviting us to the third international conference. I would also like to thank the Kuwait chapter for their involvement with Kuwait Accounting and Auditor Association committees over the past 3 years, especially in approving and qualifying the Bachelor Certificate of Indian Accountants, joining the Kuwait Accounting and Auditor Association. Our relationship with the Kuwait chapter has many benefits and advantages related to the accounting industry, and we look forward to more cooperation in future training courses and sharing knowledge and professional experience to improve the quality of accountants who are members of the Kuwait chapter. The Kuwait Accounting and Auditor Association has recently moved to our new headquarters located in Maidan Hawali, built over 1,600 square meters of land with 2 floors, fully equipped with high-tech classrooms and theater of very high standard. We are currently qualified for more than 15 professional certifications accredited worldwide, which are held every year. We also provide different training courses throughout the year related to different accounting subjects and update on IFRS new standards. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic had a significant impact on the accounting industry. The pandemic has led to an increased adoption of technology within the tax and accounting industry, including the use of cloud-based tools, virtual client, and staff engagement. While many of us have already adapted to these changes, we must now prepare for a new challenge, artificial intelligence, AI. AI will automate many of the routine tasks that accountants perform, which could lead to a job displacement. To avoid this, it's important to prioritize learning how to leverage new technology and software. We encourage you to keep developing your profession by staying aware of every aspect related to your field, increasing your career opportunity by adding professional certifications and training to stay ahead of the curve, and attending conferences and seminars. By investing in management skill and creativity, we can ensure that we utilize AI to our advantage and not to be replaced by it. In the end, we are proud that the IFAC annual conference was held in Bombay in November 2022, and we wish the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India all the best in contributing and leading the standard of a profession. On behalf of our board member, we would like to thank you for inviting us today, and may Allah keep you and your families in good health. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Mr. Abdullah, thank you very much. May I now also invite Mr. Sabah Al-Jalawi and Mr. Abdullah Al-Essa to kindly accept a token of our appreciation from the Vice Chairperson, CA Aditya Dhanuka, the Executive Member, CA Shailesh Ladda, and the Secretary, CA Rohit Agarwal. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the keynote address. The keynote speaker for the third international conference of KCICI is our current beloved Vice President of ICI, CA Ranjit Kumar Agrawal. It's an absolute honor to have you among us today, in spite of your busy schedule. And I take immense pride in introducing him to this august audience. An inspiring personality, humble, compassionate, and ebullient. When I discuss with my Bengali friends, I learned if you spend just 5 minutes with him, the kind of serene aura he carries will have a lasting impact on you with full of positivity. That is how C. Ranjit Kumar Agrawal is. Friends, as Suresh Prabhuji was mentioning, our past has a significant impact on our current decisions. And this is what exactly I was remembering the quote, and it resonates this. Once Albert Einstein said, "We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them." And if you take the glimpse of into C.A. Agrawal's over 2 decades of his professional journey, whatever he achieved is a milestone and a benchmark in itself. And the approach which he has used is complete departure from the conventional thinking. He has been at the forefront in advocating and implementing various groundbreaking initiatives, whether it's ICI collaboration with SAFA countries for online campus placements, whether it's ICI collaboration with MSME sector in various states in India, or whether the recently held successful global convention. I will go on, there are many. His professional journey beacons us to venture into unknown. His complete journey, if you see his career inspiration, is always inspires us to challenge our imaginations, boundaries, and helps us to expand our horizons. Allow me to take you through his inspirational career very briefly. Graduated from Calcutta University He holds additional qualifications as Company Secretary and DISA from ICAI. Elected thrice to the Central Council of ICAI, he served as the Chairman of the Eastern India Regional Council during 2013 and 14, earning the Best Regional Council Award. Throughout his career, C. Agrawal chaired various committees, implementing groundbreaking initiatives like the branch audit software and a UDIN system. As a visionary reformist, he chaired the Professional Development Committee of ICAI. He was also the convener of group constituted to implement UDIN concept in all the SAARC countries. He led the ICAI group that presented the FRRB bill before the Joint Parliamentary Committee. In roles such as Vice Chairman, Board of Studies, and Chairman of the Committee for Members in Industry and Business, he played key roles in the success of the ICAI mobile app, campus placement programs, innovative campaigns like CA Business Leaders 40 Under 40. Under his guidance, committee has published 2 publications, namely the coffee table book, Milestones, A Chronicle of Activities, and Tales of Trump, Stories of the Successful Chartered Accountants, which were highly appreciated by the fraternity. Additionally, as a chairman of the Tax Audit Quality Review Board, he significantly contributed to enhancing the quality of tax audits. Internationally recognized, C. Agrawal serves as the technical advisor to the board member of SAFA, reflecting his global impact. Committed not only to professional excellence, but also to societal development, he emerges as a passionate leader with a multifaceted and impactful career. Ladies and gentlemen, so without further ado, let's get ready to be inspired. Please put your hands together and join me in giving a warm welcome to the visionary servant leader, C.A. Ranjit Kumar Agrawal.
Thank you very much for very warm words. Very respected chairman of this important chapter in the GCC country, Rabin Ganjarswal. Our very own and very, very dear to our heart, ex-minister, but more than that, ex-minister is a chartered accountant, C.A. Suresh Ji Prabhu. And he is the person who has not only contributed in the political area, but he always worked towards the furtherance of the chartered accountancy profession. And that's why I remember very vividly when he was the railway minister. He has given a project to the ICI, why not this entire railway system of this country can come to the double entry system from single entry. And this challenge he has given to the ICI in 2017, and within next 4 years, he is very happy. The institute has converted entire railway system from single entry to double entry system and become the world by asset-wise and the number-wise and infrastructure-wise, it's the largest network in the world. We have very respected our ambassador, Adarsh Swaika ji, chairman of this KAAA, Sabah Mubarak Al-Jalawi, and Mr. Abdullah, who has just spoken as a member of this KAAA. And sir, we have MOU with you in 2019. The ICI and KAAA has forged hand, joined hand for the furtherance of the 2 accounting body in this region. So thank you very much. And all the chapter chairperson who has come, managing committee from various chapter of this region, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you, and my compliment to the chairman and the entire 10-member managing committee for hosting this 3rd international conference and bringing so much of knowledge and experience in front of you, and the hard work they have put since last so many years, and they were after me since Glopeg, ki one of the you has to be present here. So thank you very much, Chairman, and for your entire team for hosting this kind of event. 20 years before in India, a slogan was coined, and hopefully sir was also minister then, Incredible India. And 20 years after, if you see across the globe, there is another slogan in the making, inevitable India. You cannot leave India. Everywhere, wherever you are going, there is a talk about India, how India is growing, how India is contributing, and how India is giving a leadership position to the entire world. And that is the not only incredible India, but say inevitable India. And thanks to all of you, you have not only set up yourself in this region, but you have also contributed in the growth and development of this Kuwait, as well as bringing laurels to your home state back home in India, and we all are very, very proud to all of you. And there is a genesis in the chartered accountant. I always say that the chartered accountant has been built not only for themselves. They have been built, and there is an ancient saying in India also, first we learn, and then we earn, and then we have to return. What is that you are doing? You are returning to the alma mater by making this kind of conferences, making this chapter so vibrant, and as well as making India at home very, very proud. So thank you very much to all of you. Three important things are doing around the world. Number one is demographic dividend. When other country has an aging population, India has the youngest population. The average age in India today is 27 or 28 years. And if you see the Institute of Chartered Economy India also, we have 400,000 members, and out of that, 235,000 members are below the age of 40. So our population in the ICI is also youngest ever so far in last 75 years. Another important aspect is digitalization. The global digital transaction happening across the world, India is now contributing more than 48%. 48% of the total global transactions are happening in India. And the third important aspect is decarbonization. When the entire world is talking about sustainability, we as an institute in 2020, 3 years before, has set up Sustainability Reporting Standard Board. And with the advent of the SEBI and with the collaboration with the SEBI, the BRSR standards has been approved by the SEBI, formulated by the ICI. 16 standards on BRSR has been formulated by Institute, which has been approved by the SEBI. And they have also made the Institute of Social Auditor of India under the aegis of the Institute of Chartered Economy of India as a Section 8 company. So as far as this sustainability is concerned, the entire world is talking about carbon emission. But India has an age-old history of practicing this sustainability from the ages. Until today, the total carbon emission of the world, the USA account for 25%, European Union account for 22%, China account for 13%, and India is less than 5%. Less than 5% carbon emission is happening in India because we are an emerging country. So on these three parameters, what is the role of the Chartered Accountant Institute? Last 75 years, we are witnessing our 75th year of existence. Last 75 years, we have grown up from 600 members to 400,000 members. And from few students, we have grown up to 8.5 lakh students. So if you join together, 12.5 lakh member family, which has become out of 182 accounting body, the world largest accounting body in the world. And without any reservation, out of 400,000 members, 29% are women members. And out of 8.5 lakh students, without any reservation, 43% are girl students pursuing chartered accountancy. Such a vibrant institute has become in last 75 years. But is it the, as rightly said by Sureshji, is it the way we should pursue or continue thinking the way we have pursued in last 75 years? No. The world is changing like anything. If the global digital transactions are increasing in such a fast way, and India also, who is going to certify and verify this data? As per Indian Parliament, the Institute of Chartered Accountants in India, the only body, has been permitted or mandated to certify the financial data as a true and fair. We are the only accountant in the country who has the mandate. So when this digitalization is happening, the data are bound to grow. And when the data are bound to grow, the work profile of the institute, the members are increasing day by day. But can we say the way we are certifying the data, we should continue like this? The AI and the machine language are taking over what we are reading in the past. 700-page report of Microsoft or Apple, you give to the AI in the memory. They will store. And now you don't have to read the 700 pages of the report. You just ask the question, what is the profitability? What are the qualifications? What are the trend of the turnover of last so many years? Whatever you ask, he or she, the app will give you the answer. So our role as far as learning and reading has been taken by the system, by the technology. So what is our role? Now our role is shifting from filing, traditional filing or traditional making the opinion, to what intrinsic value we are going to create in this world. GST is a law in which this single point taxation system subsume all the taxation and become a one tax point. So every value creation, every creation of value, every point, the incremental tax you have to pay. Similarly, the chartered accountant role will be what value creation we are making in the organization we are working or in the firm we are certifying the data of the country. Because the traditional work, the filing has already been taken by the system. So value creation is the most important challenge which we are thinking in the right direction, and that's why this institute is working not only how to make the largest accounting body, how to make this world as a better place and what value creation the Indian chartered accountant can make to the entire global world. We have grown up from 48 chapters outside India with the support and contribution of you people. We are now 75 global cities of the world. So what does it mean? Are we have to confine ourselves as a India or Indian, or we have to think the global problem, the global issue, and how the institute can contribute? In GCC, in this GCC, there are 11 chapters of ICI. 4 in UAE, 3 in Saudi, 1 is Kuwait, Bahrain, Oman, and Qatar. There are 11 chapters in GCC. And there are 7,000 members who has been registered in this 11th chapter. There are 7,000 more who could not be registered because of the various reasons. So this 14,000 member comprising this 11th chapter in GCC country, I was discussing with the sir in the flight coming back to this year. Why not we can create a body on the line of GCC who can cater not only this 14,000 CA, but entire Gulf country. Small issue of every chapter, every jurisdiction have. Why not we can have a one place, one joint body, one platform where we can address all the issue of the GCC country. And you and we have the capacity and the capability. Sir was talking about what social impact you are making. we are not confined ourselves to account, auditing, forensic, taxation, advisory. That is the one and core area the chartered accountant members are doing. But at the same time, we have taken a project called Financial and Tax Literacy. And this project is going on in the India since last 3 years. And we have a vision. We have a vision. See, 142 crore people of this country must know what are the basics of the finance and tax. And that is the responsibility of the Chartered Accountant Institute, who should provide and educate all these 142 crore people of our country. Right now, in 12 regional languages, we are pursuing these projects. And we have a larger vision how to reach out to each and every citizen in India. GST is a law in which we have already made our members aware. Now it is the responsibility of the institute to reach out to the general masses. In every Indian language, the citizen of this country should know what are the basics of the GST. So these are the responsibility of the institute which they are doing in addition to the core area in which we are practicing. And that's why my request to all of you, whatever you are doing, one of the finest thing with your capability and capacity you are doing. But India is rising. India is developing. 2047, the government has taken a vision to make India a developed country. So can an institute of such a stature, having established itself in the last 75 years, cannot have their vision of next 25 years? And what should be the vision of this institute for next 25 years? You and me as a leader are going and coming. It's a one-year job. But we are not concerned with ourselves. We are concerned with institutions like the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India. And once or whenever we may not be there in this world, our son, daughter, relative, whenever they talk, they must feel proud that my relative, my father, my brother was the member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Thank you very much for all of you. Thank you.
All I can say is one word. Wow. Wow. That was amazing, sir. And anything less wouldn't do justice to that. We would like to present to you with a token of our appreciation. And I'd like to invite CA Rohit Agarwal, CA Umesh Soni, CA Venkat, to present CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, the Vice President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, with the token of our love and appreciation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time now to break away from the protocols to something which is more free-flowing, relaxed. And what best way to have something relaxed? Let's have, what is the best thing that I can do to get you relaxed? Sorry? Coffee break? Better than a coffee break? How about if I give you prizes? Prizes makes everybody happy, doesn't it? And I feel like Santa Claus coming to town a little earlier than expected. We have raffles and we have prizes that we're going to give away at every segment and at every point. We're going to start with our first raffle break. And before we move on to that, I'd like to tell you that we are going to have a Kahoot quiz from the beginning of the event to the very end of the event. We will have questions based on some of what the speakers have said. Let me ask you a question on what CA Suresh Prabhu said, what or who is the biggest enemy of the human being? This is one of the questions. Think about the answer. If you know the answer, think about it. You're going to have to download your Kahoot on your phone. Keep it ready. We're going to start a quiz from the very beginning to the very end. Which year ICAI started in Kuwait? When was the Kuwait chapter formed? Questions like, who won the last World Cup in football? Simple questions, hard questions, questions related to the speech. Stay tuned. But let's start by giving you the first raffle. Can we have it up on the screen? So we're going to have a wheel of fortune that goes up there. And that's the lucky draw. Before we spin, some ground rules. Only those who are present in the ballroom from the time the name is drawn to 10 seconds, you be entitled to come and collect your prize. So let's hit it. If you're not here, long story short, if you're not here, the prize goes to the next winner. Let's hit it. The lucky draw. Yep. Spin. And the winner is Mr. Novel Kutina. Are you here? Here he is. Let's give him a very big hand. Come on up, Mr. Novel. Mr. Novel, congratulations. I have good news and bad news for you. What do you want first? No. You tell me what you want first. The good news or the bad news? The bad news. The bad news is you are going to be here taking your prize while everybody else might be going out to have a cup of coffee. But the good news is you win a gold biscuit. Presented to you by one of our staff from Malabar Gold. Can we have you up? Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Novel Kutina wins an 8 grams gold. Okay, look at Novel, how patiently he's waiting. Yes, we are giving you a prize. Mr. Rinshad from Malabar Gold, ladies and gentlemen, presents the first raffle to Mr. Novel Kutina. Congratulations. Okay, so download Kahoot on your phone. Hold on. Before you register, before we have the people who go in, Anshul, maybe you want to go in and I need everybody to put in their full names. You can give yourself a nickname. Call yourself Grandizer. Call yourself Raj from one of those Shah Rukh Khan movies. Put your full name, please. Ladies and gentlemen, put your full name, please. Kindly put your full name, please. Why? Because if we have another Anshul, good luck, whoever comes up first is going to win the prize. So please put in your full names. Put in your full names. So those of you who have not heard of me, my name is Lloyd D'Souza, and I would put myself as Lloyd D'Souza if I were up there. It's good to see a lot of known faces here. So join in, write your full name, guys. I don't know whether that's Udit Narayan, and I'd not rather say the other names there. So put your full names in. I don't want to say Dawood. What did I cross? So write in your full names. We have 24 participants. We have 24 participants only so far. So fill in your names. Enter directly. If you want to zoom in to the QR code which is on the screen, you can. It will take you straight to this page. A sea of people joining in. We are 31. I was told we have 265 participants so far. I was told we have 265 participants so far. Once we have a decent number of registered members, I will go ahead and tell you the rules of the game, and how they're going to be played today. Okay, so Shweta, who is my Kahoot administrator in the far end, just one question for you, Shweta. Can people join in the middle of the game?
If they join late, they will miss the bus. There is a top winner and a bumper prize for the person who wins the maximum answer. So
Okay.
stay tuned, stay connected, don't miss.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the good news and bad news for me is, the good news is that message was relayed loud and clear. Next year, they're going to be hiring Shweta as the main anchor. I think she's done a fantastic job with getting that message across to you. Unless you're going to drive your Bentley to the next few questions, come in early on. Get in, be here, be square. Rabin, can we have the bell being rung? Can we have the bell being rung? Mr. Carmo, it's lovely to see you and so many known faces around here. Okay, so the game goes like this. The game goes like this. We're going to be having questions, and the reason we have done this on a screen is because we want to be in line with the theme. The theme is expand your horizons. If you remember from the last years, I was running around in the crowd asking people for the correct answer. और वहीं पे बहुत सारे लोग हैं, अरे नहीं यार कौन बुलाएगा इसे, ये हमें शायद हमारे ऊपर एक मजाक करेगा, शायद एक जोक मारेगा, हमें नहीं आंसर करना यार. So what happened when I was physically doing it, I wasn't reaching out to as many of you, and some of you weren't comfortable with that whole process. So we're adapting. We are creating a new style of asking you a question. And that new style today is Kahoot, where we have reached out to 73 participants already. The game goes like this. We will display a question on the screen. We have 4 answers. 3 might be close to the correct answer, but one of them is the correct answer. But the catch is not to get the correct answer, it is to get the correct answer fastest. आपने अगर कभी भी अपने बॉस से ये जाके पूछा है, सर ये रिपोर्ट कभी देना है, बॉस आपको क्या बोलेगा? भाई साहब मुझे ये कल चाहिए था. और अगर आपके सर पे कोई बैठा है तो जाहिर सी बात है कि आप समझने में, सोचने में और जवाब देने में गलती करोगे ही करोगे. यहां पे आपको फंसना नहीं है. Everybody, I'm going to give you 60 seconds is good, Shweta? 60 seconds and your time starts now. 60 seconds till everybody can get back in and get ready. So, I'm going to go again back to the screen. We have 93 participants, which is a 50% give or take audience participation from what we have here. The game goes like this. The first one we have is a participation only, no correct answer. When you walked in, I don't know if you noticed, there was a polling board. The polling board had squares and it said, which for you is most relevant? Create, adapt, reinvent, or excel. And there were 4 colored markers. All you had to do is go and color on the marker, on the board, and write your name. If you put red, and if red was create, you have to go to the red section and write your name. Now, this is what happens. I went out and I checked. Out of 260 participants, 27 have colored that board. What does this mean? we don't notice, we don't care, or we don't want to share. Both are very important. Caring is a form of sharing. What you've written there is what we are going to ask you here. And as the conference progresses, we're going to ask you your views now, which you think is most important. Creating, adapting, reinventing, or excelling. Okay, so I have another 15 seconds. 15 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Presenting to you Kahoot. Wait. People might still want to... Okay, go on. Okay, go. This is your first question. This is only a poll. What aspect is most vital for expanding your horizon? Is it care, adapt, reinvent, or expand? What, according to you, is most important or relevant to expand your horizon? Create. Okay, so the first one, care, is create, huh? It's not care, it's create, okay? That's a typo. We've done that, nobody noticed. See? That's why nobody voted for it. Okay, so 40% of you said adapt. Adapt. Some of the speakers are going to be talking to you today about adapting matlab aam janta, mango people. Kisi aur ne kar diya, maine bas, I have been a part of that. He's going to talk to you about creating, digging out of your domain. So, how many of you said reinvent? Can you put your hands up? Okay, you know what? We are generally Indians, and Indians are loud people, right? So, how many of you said reinvent? Can you give me a shout? No, hands down here. Imagine I'm Helen Keller, I can't see. How many of you said reinvent? Shout. How many of you said reinvent? Okay, so that many said reinvent. Quite a significant number. How many of you said excel? How many of you said excel? Come on, give me a clap. Come on, I need some audience engagement here. Oh, there's no excel here. Expand, okay. So this is, okay, so that was meant to be excel, ideally. So this is where we I think Shweta deliberately is testing your capability of seeing who is paying attention. How many of you said create, which is the first one, outside, or how many of you think create, and how many of you think adapt? So we're going to have these kind of placards, and I'm going to do a decibel count. When you clap, we have a decibel calculator that tells me which is the loudest, okay? Who is paying... So right now, everybody thinks adapt is the most significant or relevant to expand your horizons. Now we start the quiz. Ready? सांस ले लो. अगर आपने ज़्यादा नहीं खाया तो ओके, सांस छोड़ दो. ज़्यादा खाया तो चेयर थोड़ा पीछे करिए, तो टेबल पलटी मारेगा. Ready? 1, 2, 3. First question. Yes, sir. The QR code again. Wait. QR code. Just go to Kahoot. What's the ID code? Go to Kahoot. We'll give you the ID code.
1489692. I will repeat. 1489692.
Got it? Anybody who's come in now, there is still time. Whenever you come in, just download Kahoot, ID code, walk up to Shweta, she'll give you the ID code. This gentleman is the only one here. So what's your name? Sorry? Sthanu Murthy is the only one who remembered the ID code by heart. नहीं कहाँ पे? नहीं सर, छुपा हुआ है. सर थोड़ा तो क्रेडिट दे दो. कैश नहीं दो, लेकिन क्रेडिट तो दे दो उसको. कैश कोई देता ही नहीं है. Okay, ready? First question. Pay attention, first question. First question. Double your points. For this you get double your points. Who from India scored the goal against Kuwait in the pre-World Cup qualifiers, the match that happened recently at the Sheikh Ahmed Jabir Ahmed Sabah Stadium? Was it Suresh Singh, Amrinder Singh, Gurpreet Singh, or Manveer Singh? Don't tell anybody else the answer, or tell them the wrong answer. Who among these four scored at the match Kuwait versus India that recently happened? And the correct answer is, what is it? Manveer Singh. That is the correct answer. So, we're not going to be asking you questions only finance related, CA related. We're going to be asking you fun questions. Which was the most famous nursery rhyme in 2020? Anybody? Anybody? Baby shark, do 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 do, baby shark. That was the most famous one. So those of you who have to keep in touch in all facets. So those questions are going to be revolving around there. So let us see who's up there. Let's show us the results also. So far, who is the number one position? No? Oh, okay, our auditor says, ये विशेष सूचना है. जवाब के सही उत्तर जिसने भी दिया है आपको शो के अंत में मिलेगा. है ना? अच्छा. Okay, we're going to go on to the next question. The next question is, oh, we have it. And Ritesh Katti, where are you? Ritesh? Ritesh, कहाँ पे आप? Ritesh, ladies and gentlemen, all eyes on Ritesh. Shoot करना है तो उसे shoot करो. Abhi he is on number 1 position. Number 2 is Jainu with only 6 points away. Or is it 8 points away? Shahbaz Nizami, 925. Chirag Shah, Udit Ji is on 910. So these are the top 5 rankings. As we move on, the scores will keep coming up. I want to see some lady folk here. The last, we had all the ladies won most of the prizes. Are we doing the next question? Shweta? One more question? Let's go. So you're ready now? Question number 2. Double your points again. What is the greatest enemy of the human being? This was in our speech. Is it your past, your talent, obstacle, all of the above? What did C.A. Suresh Prabhu say? What is the greatest enemy of a human being? If you were listening carefully. Is it your past, your talent, your obstacle, all of the above? Pay attention. He didn't quote it one place, he quoted it think. You have time. It's not the fastest, it's the correct fastest answer. हाँ सर, आपको क्या बोलते हैं? What do you think? Your past, पक्का? अरे सब छोड़ो कल की बातें. Correct. The correct answer is your past. The 28 and 3, you came after 9:45, I'm sure. Now we know how many people came in late. Ravin, you told me to find out. Here we go. We have a part of the answers. 31 people have. Okay, now let's use. Shahbaz is moved up to the number 1 position. Now this is what's going to happen. This quiz is going to continue throughout the day. What is the winner winning? Shweta? What is the winner winning? A Mercedes? Okay. The new S-Class Mercedes Black. Okay, it's a black color S-Class. Ravi is saying, "Arey Lloyd, tera budget mein se nikal dega." Okay.
So the winner for Kahoot quiz has an iPhone 14 for grab. So stay till the end of the event, enter, participate in all the quiz questions and be the lucky winner. Thank you.
So if you want to win the iPhone 14, you missed even one question, you missed something important. Are we doing any more questions? Now? We're gone. Okay, we're done with our questions. Ladies and gentlemen, so we're going to do it like this. We're going to do 2 questions, move on, do questions, move on, do questions, move on. Each speaker, each discussion has to have your full attention. Because at the end of the day, यहाँ पे teacher तो पूछेगा, भाई साहब ये सही उत्तर क्या है? अगर आपने जान लिया तो iPhone 14 जेब में नहीं तो ठेंगा. बाबूजी का. You will get all of that and more. Let's move on into our first round, ladies and gentlemen. We have a subject which is very, very important and close to our heart. India is at the threshold of greatness. बहुत सारे लोग ये बोलते हैं. India is an emerging market. India is a developing market. India is going to be the future. पिछले 2 दिनों में हजार पॉइंट सेंसेक्स ने ऊपर मारा है. क्या है इसकी वजह? इन्वेस्ट करो तो इंडिया में, अगर नहीं हो इंडियन मार्केट में तो आप कहीं नहीं हो. Everybody is thinking about India as on the threshold of greatness. But when we talk about India on the threshold of greatness, the unfortunate thing is everybody thinks only about the equity market, the stock market. And the equity market and the stock market has nothing to do with the economy. So today, our first discussion is going to be talking about India. the economy, and now the byproduct, which is money. India, economy, and the byproduct, which is money. And how it is going to affect you. Like Jerry Maguire says, show me the money. One of our speakers was out talking to some folk, and he's heard from them that India, the Indian rupee has been depreciating by 7% over a period of the last few years. Now, is this a good topic of debate? Is it a discussion to have? हमें क्या फर्क पड़ता है? अरे लास्ट ईयर हमें 250 मिला था, अभी 260, 268, 270. अरे भेजो पैसा, भेजो पैसा, भेजो पैसा. For us, we care only about the rupee depreciating. But there are a lot of other factors. Inflation, how it affects the pocket, gas का price क्या था, क्या हो गया, कांदा, बटाटा, हमें वो सब कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता. 270 मिला, चलो भेज दो. 250 मिला, नहीं, रुको, रुको, रुको. So there are certain conceptions and misconceptions that we have, which are going to be clear today. And we have a list of 3 distinguished guests who are going to be talking to us about India, the greatness of the country, and the byproduct money. Please allow me to invite and introduce our first distinguished guest, CA Sunil Singhania. Please join us up. Mr. Sunil is a CFA, a CA, and the visionary founder of Abacus Asset Management. This is an app, an Indian-focused asset management company, and in less than 5 years, sir, thank you very much, kindly have a seat. And in less than 5 years, they manage an asset holding of almost 21,000 crores. They have been and continue to be in the emerging markets. They have scored into the top position, ranking number 1 and number 2 in AIF over 3 years' time frame in terms of performance. Before founding Abacus, Sunil played a very important role in Reliance Capital, serving as the global head at equities. He overlooked the equity assets, provided strategic insights. He was a part of the Reliance Capital as a CIO. He led Reliance Mutual Fund Equity. And under his leadership, he has been multiplying over 100 times in less than 22 years, managing almost 80,000 crores in the Indian equities. Sunil graduated from the Bombay University, is a chartered accountant and an all-India rank. He has earned the right to use the Chartered Financial Analyst designation conferred by the CFA Institute. Sunil is active in social work and has served as the president of the Goregaon Sports Club in Mumbai. He's widely covered in media, features in shows like Wizards of Dalal Street, is on CNBC. He hosts ongoing shows, Markets and More, and this is CA Sunil Singhania. Let's give him a warm welcome. Our next distinguished guest. Please join me, ladies and gentlemen, in welcoming Mr. Anuj Singhal, Managing Editor, CNBC Awaaz Economics, the stock market analysis. I heard somebody asking, Anuji, 1000 point 2 दिन में मारा इंडिया ने, क्या बोलते हो, डालो क्या? So Anuj is like, sir, मैं एक speech देने वाला हूँ, थोड़ा सुन के बताइए. So a lot of people will look to you, sir, for answers as to where the equity market is leading. Like I said, show me the money. This is what they care about. Anuj is a graduate with an economics honors from the Delhi University, a postgraduate diploma holder in finance, along with his Master of Business Administration in Finance. Anuj has been with Network 18 since he joined CNBC TV 18 as a research analyst straight out of college in 2003. Don't calculate his age. He's quite young. He started with very humble beginnings. He became the head of research in 2008, head of markets in 2013, the stock editor of CNBC 18 in 2015. Anuj has tracked the Indian financial markets for the last 2 decades. For a period between 2013 and 2022, he has been a lead anchor for both market flagships, shows on CNBC 18, Bazaar and Closing Bell. For many retail traders and investors, Anuj, like I said, is the go-to person in stock markets. In fact, he has been called the nifty magician for getting his big market calls right. Anuj's number is 98020509. I'm just joking. Ladies and gentlemen, will we give Mr. Anuj Singhal a very big hand? And this session is going to be conducted by Hamare Apne Chahite, somebody who gains a lot of respect in the Kuwait market. He is addressed not as CA Sanjeev Agarwal, he is addressed as Sanjeev Ji, a very respected gentleman in our community. Thank you for joining us, and allow me the honors to invite CA Sanjeev Ji Agarwal on the dais as our final dignitary. CA Sanjeev is the CEO and Managing Director, the Middle East and India Productivity Member Firm. Sanjeev is a part of the Middle Eastern and India regions, and he's one of the founding members of the firm in the Middle East as well as in India, and has been instrumental in establishing productivity amongst the leading business consulting firms in the region. Under his leadership, he has expanded 44,000 employees in across 17 countries. Okay. I do not. Okay. We've just been informed that there is a dampen in some of our activities. So there might not be, I can't disclose the reason of the dampen yet, but we will not explicitly clap, applaud, participate in activities that are entertainment oriented. We will still continue with our knowledge-based, our leadership, and our imparting of the entire theme, Expand Your Horizons. So the news is becoming clearer. Sanjeev Ji, ladies and gentlemen. Sanjeev was recognized in 2019.
No clappings, please. We all respect the dignitaries coming on the dais, but our humble request, no clappings.
So let's follow the very traditional Indian method of salutation. Haath jod ke namaste kar dijiye. We respect whoever is coming up on stage. Namaste karke, namaste kar dijiye. It will be a form of respect to what's really happening right now. And this is a very important aspect of adaptation. How do we adapt and still carry out the reverence of what has happened and create with what is needed at the hour? So, Mr. Sanjeev, Mr. Sunil, and Mr. Anuj, all three are going to now be discussing what we mean when we say India is at the threshold of greatness. I leave the dice to you. Duresh?
Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope everybody can hear me. So I'm pleased to be with two esteemed panelists, Sunil Singhania ji and Anuj Singhal. They don't need an introduction. They are well-known face, well-known figure in the Indian economy side of it. They would have done the introduction, but just to give a quick update, Sunil ji runs a very large PMS fund under the name Abacus Capital. And Anuj, who used to be with CNBC TV 18, but now he's a managing editor with CNBC TV Award. So both of them, welcome to Kuwait. It is their first visit to Kuwait.
Yeah.
So welcome to Kuwait.
Thank you.
So the theme of today's session is India at the threshold of greatness. The question which is there to both the esteemed panelists, the last 10 years, we have seen changes in India, a lot of changes in India. It has been a great journey. The economy has grown, the GDP has grown, infrastructure have changed, GST was introduced, so a lot of changes has happened. But what makes us believe that the future would also be that great? The past is there. We can see the past, the 10 years behind us. But how do we see the future? Whether the past will show the path to the future? And what is your view? So Sunilji first and then Anuj, both of you.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you everyone for having me. Really appreciate. So, first, before I start, a small disclaimer, I'm always positive on India. So please take my view with a pinch of salt. But having said that, I think Sanjeevji mentioned about 10 years, but actually we have to go a little bit more in the past. We got our independence in 1947. If you remember, that time we were a very, very poor country. And all our forefathers, the primary objective in their life was roti, kapda and makan for their families. I think we've graduated from that. And we started to grow in mid-80s. The first phase of industrialization happened. And now when you see, Indians going abroad, studying, returning back with technology, with the best practices, and I think that is where the whole growth is really, really going to the next level in terms of the speed. And that is also reflected in the numbers. So, 1947 to 2007, the first 60 years, we saw $1 trillion in economy. The next trillion happened in like 8.5 years. The third happened in like 6.5 years. And now after almost 77 years of independence, we are around $3.5 trillion in terms of the economy size. I think this is past. Now what is going to happen, even if we are able to grow at 6-7%, we would be like a $7 trillion economy in the next 7 to 8 years. So Sanjeevji, what we have achieved in terms of wealth creation over the last 77 years, the same is going to be achieved over the next 7-8 years. And I think this is what we have to keep in mind, and this is how India is changing. Now, you look at the immediate past. 2000 we had 2020 we had COVID, 2021, 2022, 2023. The whole world is debating whether there will be a recession or 0% growth. In India, we are debating whether we'll grow at 6% or 7%, which is a better debate to have. And actually, we have ended up growing upwards of 7% even in this year. So I think there is no doubt that, as I said earlier, that the wealth which we have created cumulatively over the last 77 years, the same wealth is going to be created over the next 7-8 years. And I think that is, in short, the story as far as India is concerned.
Saranu, you want to take a
Yes, I think Sunil sir has already mentioned a lot of numbers, so I won't get into numbers. I am more of a emotional person. So I'll just refer to something which happened, I think, 2 weeks back. I am, of course, on TV 4 or 5 hours a day. I'm tracking market on a daily basis, hourly basis, minute by minute basis. Sometimes if the market does not move for 30 minutes, it looks like, the market is just not doing anything. So there was a time when we were struggling. I think Nifty was struggling to cross 20,000. I was saying, what is that one trigger which is missing? It just needs some push to cross that 20,000 hump. And that was the same time, so many of our people were stuck in that Uttarakhand tunnel. Okay. And I think that moment, that week, when, it became clear that all of them are going to be rescued, the Nifty all of a sudden had a 100-point rally and it crossed 20,000. I think for me, that was the moment that, we, as a country, we always look upon, US and Europe and, look at how they have value for life, for every individual life. They value each and every individual's life. I think this, after a long time, was an instance. For example, I had made it very clear to my team that this, for us, is now the biggest event. The next 1 hour, when all these people are going to be rescued. I think for a country to be great, of course, it needs to be great in terms of economy, it needs to be great in terms of market, it needs to be great in terms of per capita, but it needs to reach a stage where there's value of life for each and every individual. And I think we have arrived there. And I think I see that over the next 10 or 20 years, the kind of strength that we have, the kind of unity that we have as a country, I think that's something which makes me believe that we are truly at the threshold of greatness. I don't want to repeat numbers because Sunil sir has already beautifully explained that. So
thank you so much, Anuj. So what Anuj was referring to, many of you would be aware, in Uttarakhand, there was a tunnel collapse. A large number of workers were trapped, and they were trapped for a long period of time. The government of India, along with a lot of the foreign help, were able to rescue each and every worker who was trapped in that tunnel for more than 15, 17 days, Sunil. Yes. Anuj, that's what I think.
Absolutely.
And they were able to also feed them after 2 weeks, 8, 9 days, they were able to feed them in a liquid way. They were able to open that 6-inch hole to get the food to them. And each one of them were rescued. And this is what Anuj is talking about, that valuing the life of each and every individual. So thank you, Anuj, bringing that up. So Anuj, Sunilji, Anuj, both of you, again, see, if you look at, as of now, say in 2024, we will be $4 trillion economy. If I look at the service sector, contributes, say, around 53% of our GDP. If I look at manufacturing, and specifically if you look at industrial part, it will be 2022, but manufacturing per se would be 14, 15%. Now, if we need to be $10 billion economy, how we will go in that path? Will service continue to play that bigger role, or the manufacturing needs to get its piece? The sun under.
No, I think very, very valid. India is now the most populous country in the world. And again, I go back, one thing which we as Indians have done is, if you look at our, again, forefathers and fathers, despite all the adversities, they try and ensure that they give the best education to their kids. And I think slowly the literacy level in India has risen. I think India is now the #1 country in producing engineers and so many other professionals anywhere in the world. And I think this bane, which was a large population, we used to always say India's population is a problem. I think that has become a boon. And over the last 20, 25 years, particularly, thanks to visionaries like Narayan Murthy and Azim Premji and so many others, this whole IT services sector was sort of created out of nowhere. And today, the world vouches for the IT services company which are based in India. And they were able to absorb a lot of the new talent or the new graduates which were coming out of Indian colleges. And somewhere, India became the service capital of the world, and China, obviously, because of all the push from its government, cheap electricity, cheap capital, and so on and so forth, became the manufacturing capital of the world. I think now the government has also started to realize that for the next phase of providing employment to the Indians, and also for the next phase from, you mentioned 3.5 to 10 trillion, we need to focus on manufacturing. So if you again go back, this government has been in power 9.5 years. The first 5 years went into sort of stabilizing the system. So NPAs were huge in banks. They very clearly cleaned up the banks, because banks did not have the capital only to provide any capital for companies to grow. So how could manufacturing grow? So the first thing was to ensure that the financial health of the banking system is brought back into order, I think, which they achieved. They experimented with demon. They brought in GST to make the country more efficient. The second term, 2 years went into COVID. It's only in the last 2.5 years, if you see, a big push has been there from the government to encourage indigenization and also to incentivize manufacturing as well as exports out of India. So, if you look at the various schemes, you have the PLI, which is the Production Linked Incentive Scheme. It's already there in some 12, 13 sectors. It started to have an effect. You have, automatic a China plus one and a Europe plus one happening, because China, every country, every company in the world wants to de-risk itself and move away slightly from China. And then in India, you had a push about indigenization of railways, indigenization of defense. You now have, almost every manufacturer of mobile phones present in India. In fact, Apple is talking about 25% of their phones being manufactured in India very soon. And the likes of Tesla and also coming. And the government has also come out with the clear directive that in 1 year, laptop imports will be banned. And as a result, Intel is already in touch with 10, 12 Indian manufacturers to manufacture laptops. So, you have a large market. You have the government focus of indigenization production. And because there is a huge market, I think it is, beneficial for the producers to not only produce for, consumption in India, but also export. So like Hyundai exports the largest cars outside of Korea from India. So I think these are all steps, a lower income tax of 15%, which are going to lead to manufacturing coming back on track. One thing which I would like to mention here is that, during COVID, normally what happens is out of the total profit pool of corporates, around 75% goes into capex back. So if the corporate pool is, say, 10 lakh crores, 75% used to go back into capex. During COVID, that number fell to 45%. And that's why you see all the ratios showing that manufacturing or the capex in India is going down. Because during COVID, no corporate was sure of what is going to happen, so they did not want to increase capacity. They were not even sure whether their existing capacity would be utilized. I think now this 10 lakh crores of profit will go to around 15 lakh crores. And then if we go back to 75%, I think you'll have a 10 lakh crore every year come in terms of private capex. Marry that with 10 lakh crore which the government has proposed to spend in the budget which went in 2003, early 2003. You have a 20 lakh crore pool which will be spent every year on capex as well as manufacturing. So I think it's a lot of combination, government incentives, Indians starting to consume more, the country becoming bigger, and now because of the huge domestic base, it makes sense to manufacture here and also exports. So all these, we are very, very confident that there is no large company which can afford to not have a presence in India. And we have all seen how the global CEOs have been talking one after the other. You can say that politicians will always talk good about their own country, but when the global top 10, top 20 corporates in the world and their CEOs come to India and they talk about investing in India, I think they are not.
So thank you, Sunilji. So I think manufacturing is a theme which, so if you look at this room, most of them are from India. Many of them would be investing in India, or many of them would like to invest. Now coming to you, Anuj, when Sunilji talked about PLI, what I understand in the next 5 years, maybe the government would be funding 20 to 25 billion as far as a PLI incentive is concerned. And that is a roughly 3 to 5% type of a incentive the government is giving. If I gross up, that means it's almost $500 billion of investments which are going to go in. Now, how do you see that? What is the advice which can be there for my fellow investors who are there in India? How do you see the whole EMS space, the whole electronic manufacturing space? What are your thoughts? Sunilji will not talk on these talks, but you are free to go.
Oh, absolutely. And I think you can look at Sunil sir's portfolio, right? There's so much manufacturing in that. So obviously, that's going to be a big feature. Before I get into that, I'll just give you one example. When I was born and brought up in Gurgaon, and when I used to go to school, we used to cross Maruti factory. Okay, and at that time, how many cars were we producing? I think now in one day we produce more than what we were producing at that time in 1 year. Look at the sales numbers every month of Hero, Bajaj, and all these companies. Millions of units, right? So obviously, a large part of this growth is coming from the fact that a lot of people in India are earning a lot and are willing to spend and buy, cars, two-wheelers, and all of that. So services alone can't take you beyond a particular point. Manufacturing has to be there. You spoke about PLI. I think what the recent election victory did in the state elections, it sort of gave you confidence that perhaps, it's one risk which was there for the market is getting out of the way, and this government is going to come back. I think you can see that the way the stocks are moving. For example, I'll just give you one example. Dixon Tech, okay. Look at how it's rallied after that election verdict, because it's very clear that India needs not just one Dixon, it needs at least 10 or 15 Dixon. And these companies are working at a wafer-thin margin of 3 to 3.5%. Still, it's such a great business to be in because there's so much visibility, right? And that's why these stocks are doing so well. Normally, otherwise, how many stocks would you see which have 3 to 3.5% margin profile doing so well in the market? I think this is one space. Having said that, in this space, you would see a lot of mistakes as well. I think we've already seen 5-6 IPOs in this space. All of them have done phenomenally well. I think in the last 2 years, if you had just made a basket of these stocks, you would have done phenomenally well. My sense is that over the next 3 years, these stocks will still deliver almost the same return that they've delivered. Of course, you'll have to make a basket because a couple of them may not do too well. But I think PLI is going to be huge. And I think, we might get to hear very soon on Tesla as well. Because I think the negotiations are still going on in terms of the duty structure and all. I think that's going to be huge if Tesla starts to make in India. I think Xiaomi, Apple, all of them have started to make in India. Sunil sir spoke about the fact that laptop import is going to be banned and all. So I think this space is going to see over the next 2 years 10 to 15 more IPOs. And I think a lot of people are really taking advantage of this. And I'll tell you one thing. All of us have a particular point that 10 years back, this was a defining moment. 20 years back, this was a defining moment. I think 20 years from now, everyone would say that Make in India was the defining moment of India. I think when it started, a lot of people ridiculed it, and a lot of people said that, okay, it's not going to work and all. I'm telling you, 20 years down the line, you would look back and say that that was the turning point for India, Make in India. And I think you will see a lot of movement in that area.
Oh, thank you. I fully agree. I think if India has to achieve 10 trillion, the manufacturing has to play a bigger role. And that's what the catch-up would happen. So if you look at the whole household savings in India, at this point of time, that is going down as a percentage of GDP. People are spending more, and even the liabilities or the loans at a personal level continues to increase. You saw recently the RBI guidelines which came for the NBFCs. Now, do you think that over a period of time we'll be building some stress in the banking system? Because we have cleaned the balance sheets as of now, but are we moving in that direction? And which investors should be fearful of that?
I think, by nature, Indians tend to be big savers. We have a habit, if we earn 100 rupees today, we'll spend maybe 60, 70, but 30, 40 we will definitely save. I think that is ingrained in our DNA, and therefore India's saving rates have always been upwards of 30%. I think last 2-3 years, what you saw was a mix of a lot of things. One was, as I said, COVID, in which a lot of people did not have income, but you had expenses. And then last 2-3 years, inflation has also been very, very high. Inflation, the core inflation, whether it is food or all the thing, and services inflation, whether it is healthcare, education, and so on and so forth. So I think it is not wise to look at the savings rate going down only in the last 2-3 years. At least our view is that savings rate in India would hover between 25 to 30%. It should not go down below that. In fact, the good thing is that financial savings in India are now moving up. Because of the demon and because of the general cleaning up of the economy and less, I would say, unaccounted wealth being created and more official or more systematic and tax-paid wealth being created, I think it's becoming a more efficient financial saving country. So financial savings are moving up in the country. And therefore, we are not in that camp which believes that savings rate will dip. Yes, it is now more acceptable to borrow. So I think mortgages, for example, are pretty prevalent. And there is no taboo in borrowing for mortgages. And a lot of these household that is predominantly either mortgage loans and to some extent vehicle loans. There is one segment which is unsecured personal loans, which is coming up. I think the percentage is very, very small as a percentage of our total economy, but we have a very vigilant regulator. And before it becomes a problem, I think the regulator has come down and tried to make it a little bit more difficult for someone to borrow for non-business use. Like what I mean is that you just borrow and spend. I think so that the regulator has been pretty vigilant about. However, if you see the world and you see the developed world, I think consumption is an inherent trait of a human being. We will want to spend, we will want to, have the good things in life. And I think for that, there is going to be a more and more, I would say, higher consumption-oriented economy as we move forward. So, if my father and forefathers were saving 60%, my saving rate has gone down to 30%, maybe my kids will spend 20%. I think that has been the inherent nature of mankind all over the world. But I think it takes a long time. And if it coincides with your income levels going up, which is the fact, like per capita income has been going quite significantly, and we are at that hockey stick curve at this $2,700-$2,800 per capita can go to say $5,000 in the next 10 years. I think we don't have to worry at all at this point of time. And asset quality is pristine, is very, very good. Credit costs have fallen to like 20, 30, 40 basis point. Even if they normalize and go to 70, 80 basis point, the financial sector is very hale and hearty.
Thank you.
I'll just add a bit, and I'll go by my personal experience. I lost my father to COVID in 2021, and after that, it struck me that life's not certain, and I was a very conservative individual in terms of savings. I used to save a lot. Okay, after that, I started to spend a lot. Okay, because I thought that let me enjoy my life. So I started to spend a lot, and at the same time, instead of saving, I started to invest a lot and also put a lot of money in insurance. Like, I have 2 young daughters, so I want to make sure that if something happens to me, that, they are taken care of. So all of a sudden, and also perhaps, over the last 2 years, the interest rates in India came down so drastically. I think there was absolutely no incentive for individuals to save. And so many instruments are giving you so many returns, and especially the stock market's been booming. A lot of people over the last 2 or 3 years, they have not seen a correction. They just think that the stock market is only going to keep going one way up. So all of a sudden, there's, I think, less of interest in saving. And I think a lot of people want to put their money in stocks, cryptos, real estate, whatever. People want to move to bigger houses. Look at what luxury market is doing. Luxury real estate market is doing in India. I think a lot of money is going to luxury real estate. So I think in that sense, because I look at myself and I'm thinking, the country is an aggregate of people like me, right? So at the end of the day, if I have started to save less, I think that's perhaps what people are doing. And I'm not young anymore. I'm in my mid-40s. So I think a lot of youngsters perhaps have started to do that as well.
No, very well point. I think this is a common trend I see. The expenditure, people believing that they need to live their life rather than they leave the money for somebody. That thought process is changing. I know we have 5 minutes. I will just take one important question. There are a lot of people in this room who invest. You rightly said that a lot of investors were born in 2020 during the COVID period. And they have only seen one-way journey. You put the money, you will get the return. So you put it in the box, something will come out. What one should be very careful and mindful as they are trying to invest, build portfolios, what route they should take, what they should be mindful. And also, if you have to construct a portfolio or you want to invest, in addition to the advisors, whether it's a mutual fund, PMS, or whatever route you may take, what are those sectors you would think people should focus on?
Okay, I think you can, for starters, invest in Sunil sir's fund. That, I think, has done well, and I think will continue to do well. Look, I am someone who, draws a lot of analogy from sports. I always keep telling youngsters whom I meet that, for example, Novak Djokovic, when he won his first Australian Open in 2008, at that time he would not have thought that I'll win 23 Grand Slams, right? You start with your, what you can do right now. Your next big investment. Don't think, a lot of people are already thinking, they come to me and ask me, what's the next 100 bagger? I mean, if I know it, then I would not be working here, frankly. Okay, so, you can't start by thinking, investing in terms of, 100 bagger. Invest in a good company, give it time, and with time, perhaps, I think Sunil sir would agree. I mean, when he would have started, he would have never known that, a Muthoot would be such a big beggar for him, or a Jindal Steel would give him so many returns, or, a DVS, for example, would do so many, so much wonders in his portfolio. If you start by thinking like that, you would not go far. Okay. And the other thing I keep telling is that, for example, if I ask in this room, who's your favorite cricketer? Okay, most of them would say Sachin. Some old timers might say Kapil Dev. Okay, the new ones would say Virat Kohli. My favorite cricketer was Virender Sehwag, for example. You may not have too much talent, but you believe in your ability. And if you are a good trader, do good trading. Don't believe in it. Don't go by all this noise that 90% traders lose money. If you can be in that 10%, good for you. If you can make money via that. If you are a good investor, be a good investor. What a lot of people make a mistake these days is they forget their inherent strength and they try to copy someone else. I think in India, over the next 20 years, you will make a lot of money, whether you invest or you trade or you do a combination, dependent on if you do that well. That's the only thing that you got to do. And please, avoid mistakes, avoid costly mistakes. If you do that, you'll be fine in the market. I think Sunil sir perhaps want to add more.
I think, see, we spend a lot of time in worrying about what can go wrong. And I think a lot of investors have missed the bus because of time and again thinking what can go wrong. Unfortunately, Indians have great traits, but they are also a little bit, I would say, lacking in self-confidence or being critical about themselves. So, there are 180 countries in the world, 180 factors. We believe that any factor anywhere in the world, if it happens, it will impact us. And somehow, if you find reason not to invest. My view is that just start thinking what can positively happen. We talk about rupee depreciation, gentleman said 7%. The rupee depreciation has been 3.5% last 15 years on an average. But the perception is that it's much higher. The other thing is that going forward, at least my view is that oil will be $40, $50. Why should oil be here? US is making more oil than even Saudi. They're already at 13 million barrels. They will go to 15 million barrels. We are using less oil because everything is becoming more efficient. Solar power is now so cheap. And, at least in India, when we speak to companies, every company has a strategy of having 20 to 70% of their energy coming from solar. Then you have the EV. Then, hydrogen is, billions and billions are being spent on hydrogen. It is possible that demand for oil might just slump. And just imagine what will happen if oil becomes $40, $50. India would be the biggest beneficiary. In fact, it is said that in 20 years, India would be the exporter of hydrogen to the world. So what oil did to Middle East, hydrogen can do to India. Then you have foreigners, where are foreigners going to invest? China is now the villain of the world. Russia, no one wants to invest in. Europe is degrowing. I think India comes across as the largest economy where billions and billions of dollars can be invested. And that would mean that our current account deficit, which is anyway only 1%, might become current account surplus. And if we have more dollars than we need, obviously rupee has to appreciate. In fact, this year also it would have appreciated, but the fact that the Chinese currency and all the other currencies are depreciating, India cannot afford a appreciating rupee because then our exports will become non-competitive. Then you look at the growth, which country is going to grow at 7% for the next 7-8 years? It's only India. Which country has the same prime minister for 15 years? In UK, prime ministers are changed every 6 months. So I think it's a democracy, it's a stable democracy. We have the demographics enough place, we have democracy enough place. We have a domestic demand, 80 to 83% of our economy is domestic. That's why during COVID, when the world was degrowing, we did not get any impact because we don't care whether US grows or Europe grows. Bahut chota impact hai. All our economy is domestic. And now you have the digital infrastructure. Everything is digital. Whatever you do, Google knows more than what you do or what the tech guys do. And it is becoming more and more efficient, 20% tax collection growth, which country in the world has. So I think when you look at or think about what can go wrong, please also look at what can go right.
Agreed. Thank you so much. I think we are running out of time. I'm sure there are a lot of other items to be discussed, but I was just informed that we need to cut short. So both the gentlemen, Sunilji, Anuj, would be there. Do interact with them. But as a closing remarks, Anuj, you want to say anything? Sunilji, you want to say?
Just one closing remark. A lot of recent money has not seen correction. I think people think that, stock market is like an ATM. You go there, put your card and you take money out. And I think I remember the time when in 2003 to 8 peak bull market, we had 3 instances of market correcting at least 30%. And one time even 58%, the small cap index fell 80%. I think this money has not seen that. This money, has not even seen a 10% correction. Since the COVID rally has started, the market at the worst has fallen 7 or 8% at index level. That's the only thing that worries me, that, a lot of people think that market can only go up. They can go down as well, even though the longer term trajectory is up.
So thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. May I request you to kindly stay back, as we would like to present you with the token of our appreciation, but not before we make you work for that token of appreciation. I'm sure everybody, we have time actually only for 2 or 3 questions tops. Is there anybody here who would like to ask any question that poses in your mind? And if you can direct it to one of the speakers. Yes, so Muhammad, can you please move around? And give Muhammad another mic as well. Go ahead. Gentleman there. Give him another mic so that he's ready.
Yeah, so Sunilji, one question about how you've seen the corporate governance in India improving. Because you've seen cases, big companies having problems, like you saw Munjal, Hero Motors. You saw some issues with that Shree Cement, income tax rates coming. So I don't know, sometimes it becomes difficult to believe what is actually happening. Is it tip of the iceberg, or is it all cleaned up? Why would this, is it just some promoters are arrogant, okay, I can do whatever I like, although it's a public company? What's your view? And how?
I think, it's a room full of chartered accountants, and obviously it's a very valid question. Corporate governance issues are there across the world. Obviously, we track India very closely. That's why we believe that India is full of companies which are twisting the corporate governance. But I would tell you one thing, I used to track global markets also, because I was on the board of CFA Institute and I was the chair of their investment committee, so I was investing globally also. I think Indian disclosure norms are the best in the world. If you go on the website, the information you get, I don't think anywhere in the world you get that kind of information. The Indian promoters have also realized that to be in the top 100 or top 200 richest people in the world, they don't need money in the bank, they need market cap. And market cap is a reflection of corporate governance also. I think the sporadic incidences are also because the regulators have ensured that the smallest of smallest things they are taking into consideration. And I think that is ensuring that people are more careful. Sometimes some things happen out of maybe, a little bit of lethargy or something which you don't intend to do. And a couple of instances you mentioned maybe might be that, I don't know. But by and large, I think Indian corporate governance are phenomenal, because markets are rewarding companies with good corporate governance. See, ultimately, what is the market price of a stock? It is MP, market price is equal to EPS into PE. EPS is the earning capacity of the company. P is the perception. If your perception is good, your market price will automatically good. And the biggest beneficiary is the promoter, because they own the largest shareholder in this. So I would say that corporate governance, and being an avid balance sheet reader myself, corporate governance standards have improved phenomenally. There will always be black sheep, not only in India, everywhere. Madoff happened in the US. It did not happen in India. Enron happened in US. It did not happen in India. And I think there would be sporadic incidents everywhere in the world. But we are very, very happy with the way corporate governance standards have gone in India. There are still companies which are manipulating their things, but markets are now much more smarter than they used to be.
Okay, I think for the sake of time, we have one more question. Mohammed, if you can please go ahead to the gentleman there.
Thank you. I will direct my question to Mr. Anuj. So, in your view, what are the top 3 challenges to economic growth for India?
Top 3 challenges?
Yes.
Okay, I think maybe Sunil sir want to take that because I'm more of a micro guy. You might want to take it with that.
So, I started with the disclaimer that I'm always positive. So take my view with a pinch of salt. But actually, if you see, at least on the market side, big corrections have happened on events which we did not foresee. Events which we foresee, markets have already discounted it. So as far as markets are concerned, there will be some event which we have not foreseen which will cause the markets to go down. But as far as economy is concerned, I think very clearly we are in a phase where we need continuity as far as the leadership is concerned. So that is the upcoming most important factor to track. Second is we are dependent on oil. And though my view is that oil will go down, for some reason, if there is some geopolitical concern like what has happened recently in West Asia, you will have a spike in oil, and which can, to some extent, be a headwind as far as India is concerned. Third is, the world is basically been printing money, particularly the US. And we hope that there is no Lehman kind of event which happens, which at this point of time does not seem to be the case, but Lehman also happened all of a sudden. So I think if there is some global economic crisis, then no country can escape that.
Thank you, gentlemen. We would now like to present a token of our appreciation to all 3 of our special guest speakers. To present the first one, I'd like to invite CA Umesh Soni, Treasurer, and CA Matthew Varghese, if you would please join us up to present a token of our love and appreciation to Mr. Anuj Singhal. Okay, we'd like to invite. Congratulations, sir. Thank you very much.
No clapping, please. You can show your respect by joining the hands. Thank you so much.
We'd like to invite CA Kaiser Shakir, past chairperson, CA Martin Parachira, executive committee member, to present the token of appreciation to CA Sunil Singhania. And finally, CA Aditya, vice chairperson, to present the token, and CA Noel Cherian, past chairperson, to present the token to CA Sanjeev Agarwal. With all due regret, ladies and gentlemen, it is out of respect and appreciation for what we have at this country that we would like to now abandon the rest of the conference. You are free to, however, help yourselves to a meal, and we will continue with our conversations offline, but the public event remains closed. This is your friend saying goodbye. God bless. Thank you for participating in the 3rd CA International Conference. Good night. Thank you.
Namaste and salam to the Kuwait chapter for the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. I take this opportunity to congratulate the entire team for the efforts you have put together for bringing all of us together and having this discussion. Today I was asked by Lloyd to come and share with you all and the entire team about my experiences, and when we were discussing about what topic I should be speaking about, I thought this would be a most apt topic for the theme of expanding your horizons. So I titled this as Possibility to Actuality, Creating a Possibilitarian. The whole thought behind this entire thing was that's how you expand your horizons. So here I am today sharing with you all my experiences on my journey, and I've dedicated this to two important leaders from my country, Sri M. Vishweswaraya, who's one of the pioneer engineers who comes from my town of Karnataka near Mudinahalli, and also one of the tallest figures, and it is his birthday that is celebrated as the Engineers Day in India. And the other gentleman is the Bharat Ratna Dr. Bidhan Chandra Roy. The BC Roy Award is one of the highest honors that a doctor gets today. He was the Chief Minister of West Bengal, and today the National Doctors Day is celebrated as his birthday is celebrated as the National Doctors Day. I thought it is very apt today because when I got this invite from Sri Ram, the question was, what will a doctor do in the midst of all the chartered accountants? And rightfully, I did not deem myself to be eligible enough to be a part of this, and I kept thinking to myself, and when he first asked me to give the inaugural short clip for the chapter, I said to myself, I'm a biologist, and I took biology because I was weak in economics, and that's how my start with this career was. So here I am talking to people who churn numbers every day, and I'm poor at numbers, so pardon me with all the mistakes that's going to happen through this entire thing, because this is going to be a little bit of journey on biology and a journey on things which numbers may not actually connect with. So I'm going to just talk this entire presentation through three parts of the focus. The first aspect of it is, I think we are entering into a world which is post World War C, the COVID World War. The second is about some three lessons that I learned in my journey of life, which I felt were pertinent to expanding the horizon, the theme of this particular event. And lastly, I'll be talking about what I learned from these lessons. I think we've all come out of this World War C. If you look at it, and I often tell my colleagues, think of it, this particular virus weighed about 0.85 attograms, and a few grams of this virus brought the world to a standstill. Just a few grams of this virus brought the world to an entire standstill. And what else could it be? I mean, so I called it, during that time I wrote this entire op-ed for the Sunday Guardian, and I called it the World War C, and I said, on a lighter note, C is not China, it's a COVID virus. So the World War C had a daunting effect on the world, and somebody asked me, how do you describe this particular pandemic? And I said, if you remember the words of Winston Churchill in the World War II, he described something about Russia, and he said, it's a riddle wrapped in a mystery within an enigma, but perhaps there is a key. That was COVID for us. Even today we don't have answers on COVID. And we keep hearing these murmurs of this new variant coming up once and again keep cropping up. My friends, I want to tell you that today we are sitting in an era post-COVID. In this room filled with experts, scientists, chartered accountants, investment experts across, and all we can think of looking at this audience is that this world is a different place now. It's no more the same place that we used to be. So if you look at this entire thing, I have said that the world is going to be divided into AD and BC. AD is after disease, BC is before COVID. The world after COVID is going to be a different place. It's going to be a place which is going to be having new rules in the game, and I'm here to share with you some of those new rules that I predict will happen in the next coming decades. Now, what was interesting about this New Age war? It was not fought by soldiers, it was fought by doctors. It was not fought by weapons, it was fought by soaps and sanitizers. It was not fought by close encounters, but it was fought by social distancing, and it was not fought with the loss of sense of smell, which was the first symptom, but it was fought with loss of common sense. And that was the hallmark of this entire pandemic. We actually lost common sense, and I want all of you all to sit down and think about what you did in the first wave. Some people were washing the floors to the walls to, that was the extreme to which it went. I was treated like a virus for 6 months. Every time somebody would see me, they would disappear because I would be coming from the COVID ward in the hospital. So I have memories of the first wave and the most funny things that we did. And I want all of you all to close your eyes and think for a minute of what are the funny things you did for the first wave. So I think the first symptom of it was actually loss of common sense, and then when it came for the second wave with a complete new fervor, we were all relaxed, saying that no, nothing's going to happen this time, and that's the time it actually wreaked the massive havoc, again losing our common sense in some way. So the beauty of this entire war on this pandemic was the rules that have changed over these years. So I'm going to play this small video which actually inspired me a lot, because I thought when I'm going to talk about expanding your horizons, I said, how do you expand your horizons? So if you want to expand your horizons, and if you want to live to this theme of creating, adapting, you need to bring the child inside you wake up again. You cannot do all of this of expanding your horizon and relearning and unlearning during this expansion by trying to be yourself, and you cannot do it from the state of mind that you are in currently. So you have to wake up the child within you. So this is a video that inspired me a lot, and I'm just going to play this video for your reference. This is something that really inspired me.
Right now, there is a kid finishing parents' evening in a heated discussion with his mother, saying, why does he have to study subjects he will never ever use in his life? And she will look at him blank-eyed, stifle a sigh, think for a second, and then lie. She'll say something along the lines of, you know, to get a good job you need a good degree, and these subjects will help you get a good degree. We never had this opportunity when I was younger. And he will reply, but you were young a long time ago, weren't you, Mum? And she won't respond, although what he implies makes perfect sense, that society's needs would have changed since she was 16. But she will ignore him, grip his hand more sternly, then drag him to the car. But what she doesn't know is that she didn't ignore him just to shut him up. She didn't lie because they were just returning from parents' evening and an argument in the hallway would look bad on her resume. She won't lie because she just spent the last 1 hour convincing a stern-faced teacher that she will ensure that her child studies more at home. No, she will lie simply because she does not know any better herself. Although her whole adult life she has never used or applied Pythagoras' theorem, pathetic fallacy, and still does not know the value of x. She will rely on society to tell her that her child, who has one of the sharpest minds in the school, is hyperactive, unfocused, easily distracted, and wayward. Students, how many equations, subjects, and dates did you memorize just before an exam never to use again? How many A grades did you get which were never asked for when you applied for a job? How many times have you remembered something 5 minutes just after the teacher said stop writing, only to receive your results 1 month later to realize that you were only 1 mark short of the top grade? Does that mean remembering 5 minutes earlier would have made you more qualified for a particular job? Well, on the application form it would have. We all have different abilities, thought processes, experiences and genes. So why is a class full of individuals tested by the same means? So does that mean Sherelle thinks she's dumb because she couldn't do a couple of sums? And if this issue is not addressed properly, it then becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Then every school has the audacity to have a policy on equality. The irony. Exams are society's methods of telling you what you're worth. But you can't let society tell you what you are, because it's the same society that tells you that abortion is wrong but then looks down on teenage parents. The same society that sells products to promote natural hair, looks and smooth complexion, with the model on the box half photoshopped and has fake lashes and hair extensions, with pastors that preach charity but own private jets, imams that preach against greed but are all fat, parents that say they want educated kids but constantly marvel at how rich Richard Branson is, governments that preach peace but endorse wars, that say they believe so much in the importance of higher education and further learning, then why increase tuition fees every single year? I believe Miss Jefferson when she took me into the office and said that my exams would be imperative to my success, because we was taught to always follow when Miss Jefferson led. But then I took Jefferson out of the equation and learned to think for myself. I realized we was taught to always follow when Miss led. The irony. test us with tests, but the finals are never final, cause they never prepare us for the biggest test, which is survival. And what I suggest is fairly outlandish, so I do not expect everyone to understand this, except for the kids who knows what it feels like to be worth no more than that D or that A that you get on results day, and the ones whose best stories were never good enough for the English teacher, cause apparently you missed out key literal techniques, did not follow the class plan, and the language was too informal for him to understand. But then he'd reference Hamlet and Macbeth, and you'd fight the urge to express your contempt by partially clenching your fist with only your medius finger left protruding in the middle of your hand, and then asked if he was aware that Shakespeare was known as the innovator of slang, or the kid at the back of the class who thinks, why am I studying something that doesn't fuel my drive? But then when confronted with a maths problem, his eyes come alive. So this one is for my generation, the ones who found what they were looking for on Google, the ones who followed their dreams on Twitter, pictured their future on Instagram, accepted destiny on Facebook. This one's for my failures and my dropouts, for my unemployed graduates, my shop assistants, cleaners and cashiers with bigger dreams, my self-employed entrepreneurs, my world changers and my dream chasers, because the purpose of why I hate school but love education was not to initiate a worldwide debate, but to let them know that whether 72 or 88, 44 or 68, we will not let exam results decide our fate. Peace.
So I just wanted to share this video, which I thought was very inspiring, to talk about how important it would be to unlearn if you have to expand our horizons. And today, I think post-COVID, and when I sit with governments across the world, I keep telling them that we need to bring infrastructure, defense and health on the same platform. That is what we will need to do if we need to survive the next decades of disruptions. Just from a medical point of view, if you have to understand, look at this. If you want to take a particular innovation from bench to bedside, it takes you 17 years. That's what it takes you in medicine. And what COVID did was created a research hyperloop. What it did was it brought it down to 7 days, sometimes 17 days, sometimes 17 hours, and it disrupted the whole ecosystem. The joke was that when the vaccine trials were going on, we used to hear that the chimpanzees were discussing among themselves that when will they get the vaccine because human trials are going on. That was the speed in which acceleration happened, in innovation happened in the area of research in vaccines. Today, when we look at the way of disruption and the way of re-innovation, I'm tempted to share this data with you of the Boston Consulting Group's report on transforming beyond the crisis with head, heart and hands. Do read it, it's available on the net, and it's a very phenomenal report. I think it talked about the world post the pandemic, and one of the most relevant things it talks about is a people-centric transformation agenda that will be the key differentiator and not just recovery. I think the emphasis this report gives us about how are you going to use your head, heart and hands to make a difference to the world, bringing value to the world, bringing value to the work you do, rather than just talking about numbers and just talking about wealth. And it's a very thought-provoking report, I must say. So we are in an interesting era. We are in an era where we're going to talk about conscious capitalism, where we're going to talk about bringing wealth with value, bringing ambition with purpose. And I think that's the key fundamental question we'll need to ask ourselves in the next decades to come, for the next generations to come. And I urge the Kuwait chapter to reignite this among the young minds of chartered accountants who are going to come and follow the trailblaze and who are going to induct themselves into this new world, because it's going to be an absolutely new world that they'll have to take new responsibilities for. And that's why we will need to really rethink on the way we are approaching education itself. And that's the reason I put out that first video to say rethink on the entire approach you're doing, because if you're going to go the same old way, you're going to repeat the same mistakes, and your horizons cannot be expanded until you lose sight of that shore. You'll have to lose sight of the shore to actually expand that horizon to another level. And so my story of possibility to actuality is about how do I find the problem and how do I find the solution. In between that lies the possibilitarian. And I think sitting in this audience, hundreds of you, every one of you somewhere must have thought of one single possibility that you must have thought of in some angle of it, and how many of you all were able to take it to that actuality is the question. And if you've done that, you've been a possibilitarian here today, and I'm dealing with one. And if you've not done one, remember you have the potential to become that possibilitarian. The world is going to be indebted to that possibilitarian in every small way that you've done this, because the world needs more possibilitarians, the world needs more disruptors, the world needs more of these people, because sometimes it's all about that particular group sitting and saying, oh, it was possible but we didn't want to do it, or we couldn't do it. The question is, who is the person who's going to fill this gap between possibility and actuality? And so I'm going to share with you very quickly 3 lessons that I learned in the journey of my life. And what's most interesting for me is the lessons that you learn in the life journey are a little different from the lessons that you learn in classrooms, because the lessons that you learn in life, the exams come first and then you learn the lesson. That's why you never forget them. It's experiential. Whereas the lessons that you learn in your classroom, the classes are taught first, the lessons are taught first, you read a lot and then you give an exam, and that's why you forget them. So the life lessons for me are the ones which are more profound, which are more experiential, which transform you, and which are the ones which take you to become a possibilitarian, from possibility to actuality. So for me, possibilitarian is a guy whose responsibility is not just to do with what is immediately at hand, but also to dimly look into the future. And that's what I want all of you all to rethink in this juncture. Not only at this moment what can I do, but what am I going to do to leave this place a little better than when I started it to be. Think of it as a chartered accountant, that I entered this world as a chartered accountant to make a difference. When I leave this world as a chartered accountant, have I made this world of this particular chapter a better place for making it more inclusive, making it more sustainable, making it more conscious capitalistic, so that the world that we leave behind us will be a better place, not worse than what we started it to be. So I often find this, and this is one of my favorite slides that I talk about. It's not easy to find the right problem, and this is for every chartered accountant sitting here, every chartered accountant across this world. Beyond this chapter, this being an international conference, and I think the difficult part is to find the right question. The question is, how are you going to find the question that is going to define your possibilities? And this is a joke I often say. This is an anecdote of one of the marketing heads who comes to Dubai and wants to make a fortune out of selling cola, and he comes with this very interesting plan. He uses some AI tools, comes out with this very disruptive marketing tool to cut the language barrier, where a person is lying tired, exhausted in the desert, picks up a cola and starts to run. He says simple cut to chase, and he wanted to disrupt the whole market. And time passes by, he's sitting with his friends and he's chatting with them about how he's going to disrupt the market. And after the launch of the program, months pass by, and his friends meet him again in one of the restaurants, and they were chatting with him saying, I think by now you must be the CEO of the company. He says, some things went wrong. I didn't realize when I came in from India, I was coming with some other plans. I forgot that the Arabs read from right to left, so I think the plan went wrong. So the entire message became that a man running happily on the desert drinks a cola and falls dead in the desert, tired. So the problem is about identifying the right problem, and which is what we miss. And please note this, my friends, it's not easy to get a good problem. How many of you will wake up to this brilliant idea that you think that you woke up that morning to Google it up and realize 200 people have already done it? This is what I go through often when I come up with this Nobel Prize winning idea. When I wake up and I think this is something disruptive, but when I wake up I realize already this has been done by 2,000 people. So the question for you is, how are you going to find your problem? It's not going to be easy, and sometimes it takes a lifetime, and that's what happened with many of us. And the second principle is, I think, looking at, when Newton saw the apple, he saw the laws of gravity. I mean, Steve Jobs saw the apple, he gave me a Mac computer that sometimes is not compatible with most of the other systems. That's what we are doing today, struggling with cords and connections to try and figure it out. But look at the perspective that each one of him looked at it in a different way. Somebody looked at the apple for gravity, somebody looked at the apple for computer. the apple finally was eaten by a third person for another reason. But the perspective that you got from an apple was so inspiring that two of them changed the world. The last, I believe, is that the answer appears when the question is ready. It's like the disciple is ready, the master appears when the disciple is ready. So today, to share with you, my friends, I think these are the three core principles that will define the exams that I gave. And the first one of it was a very interesting one. I got a student who asked me, how do I get a brilliant idea? And rightfully I thought to myself, and I told him, I said, if you hold on to one patient's problem through your life, you will be flooded with ideas, because one single problem given genuine attention is good enough to give a soul to the problem, and that could be scaled to masses which can become markets. But today what we are taught, look at what the market is. I keep getting these students come to tell me that, you know, I'm looking at artificial intelligence, it's apparently $1 billion market and I really want to work in AI. And I keep telling him, what's the problem you're trying to address in AI? And he says, that I don't know, but I know that there's a market there. And I tell them, you're going to miss, you're going to fall flat on it. I classically remember this youngster who come to me saying that I've devised this new device, which is a biopsy needle for something, for a tumor in the stomach. And I asked him, I said, how did you come up with this idea? He said, I googled a lot of these stuff, and then after that I found out this idea, I read this paper, and then I raised this first round of funding, set up my company. And I said, now you're coming to meet me to ask me if it's going to work or not. He said, yes. He said, I've never visited a hospital before this, and he's already raised the first round of funding. So I said, very interesting. I said, meet with my GI team and sit and have a discussion with them. And they told him, we don't even insert the needle this way. So you may imagine what happened to that company and the investment. So he's now working on the second device, but I'm thinking to myself and saying that somebody went and already invented, raised funds, and without defining the problem went ahead with a brilliant idea, because he thought of a market which was there for that particular area, but forgot that the actual problem lies in the soul of it. So I came across this problem that many people with throat cancer don't speak after they lose their voice. It took me a decade to actually identify this problem. So I've been watching this in front of me, but it was that one fine day when a security guard woke me up from my deep slumber, because he gave me a very interesting question. He said, because you've removed my voice box, I've lost my job. He says, how do you help me find my job back? And he says, I couldn't afford the voice machines that were exorbitantly costly. And for me, what reminded me was, for a common man, speech and communication is a right, not a privilege. Imagine I'm sitting in this hall and I tell you that left side of the people will speak because they have money, and the right side can't speak because they don't have money. Now when God gifted us our voice, He did not decide it based on this kind of a discrimination. He gifted everybody a voice, and speech and communication is a part of our right to peace, justice, dignity. And only because of a few amount of money, and there were only two machines available in the world, one from US and the other from Europe, both patented and cost at a few hundreds of dollars to $1,000, and the procedure charges additionally added, and then every 6 months needed a replacement. My question was, what could I do to change this? And I'm just playing this video to show you what we did to disrupt this ecosystem and invent this voice processes that today has given thousands of people voices to speak again.
ಇಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತಂದರೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲಲ್ವಾ, ನನಗೆ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಇದು ಲೈಫು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಾನು ಬಂದು ನನ್ನ ಆಫೀಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಯೂನಿಯನ್ ಲೀಡರು, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಕ್ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಮಾಡೋದು. ಈಗ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಬಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನನಗೆ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಬೇರೋದು, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೋಗೋಣ ಅಂತನೂ.
80% of our patients come to us in an advanced stage where it's difficult to preserve the voice box, and 80% of them come from the rural area and poor backgrounds. Majority of our healthcare is private and cost prohibitive. That was the reason that I felt that there was a dire need to actually help these patients speak again, because speech is a right and not a privilege. throat cancer patients, especially in stage 4, end up losing their voice box to throat cancer because by that time the voice box is completely destroyed. Now in this set of patients, they can speak again if the windpipe is connected to the food pipe and the air supply from the lungs are able to vibrate the food pipe so that the patient can speak again. Now it is here that the brain trains the food pipe to vibrate again and help the patient speak.
Can I introduce myself?
You should introduce, yeah.
I am Nalini Satyanarayan. I am 70 years old, but I am very young at heart always.
This is a simple device. It allows patients to phonate or to make voice again and be back to leading a full life, and oftentimes it is the only ticket they have to getting back to employment and to having fulfilling and economically sufficient life.
So this was a video that was gifted to me by BBC, and I thought this was very inspiring that today thousands of people are speaking with it, and some of them who have not spoken for 10 years, 14 years, who are again speaking with it. And what I am trying to work today is to see how can I take this to about 144 countries. And I remember when Government of India stood with me and supported this and created this entire innovation with me, they asked me, Vishal, what more do you think we can do? And one of the things we thought was we should include this into the Disabilities Act so that henceforth onwards the person not only who has lost his voice, loses his voice, but also gets his job back. So that was the little small difference I made by saying that let's include it into the Disabilities Act. And today I'm trying to take it world over to say that don't make it into a commercial product, make it into a disability related product that gives people their job back. And today when I get patients who have got back their jobs, that is the real testament of my success, not just a voice. I gave them their job back. I brought them back to the society. I made them feel relevant. I made them feel wanted. And they were able to contribute to the GDP of this particular nation. And I think that is the real crux of the philosophy, not just a product. A principle, a philosophy that was innovated. And this is another interesting part about expanding the horizon that I wanted to share with you. 6 months after inventing the process, I was still struggling with how to insert it easily. I had really struggled. I was not able to crack the code on how to make it easily insertable so that I don't have to take the patient into the operating room, but I could simply do it inside the OPD in a few minutes. So while I was struggling with this entire thing, and I was completely failed at one point, I was talking to my engineers, and there's this principle of Occam's razor. That means when you're faced with a very complex problem, try to simplify it. Don't complicate the problem. Don't become a politician who's complicating it, So I started working on this entire thing, and I was working on various designs which had failed. When something very strange happened, that fine day my wife called me for shopping, So we both had a diametrically different opinion on shopping. So, I used to go to a shop to figure out what I want, and she used to go to buy what she wants. So I was feeling lost in these shopping. So we went to this Health and Go center, and we were trying to figure out, and my son, who's 2 years old, was running helter-skelter in the shop, trying to take boxes of things and throw them around. While he took one of those boxes, threw them, I tried to put it back into the box. I tried to put it back into the shelf, and I saw it was a box of tampons. And I realized to myself that this was a eureka moment. I felt I needed something which is not a complex medical device for insertion, but something as a tampon which is off the shelf, but something as simple as that. So there I was at the billing counter of the Health and Glow store with some 5 boxes of tampons, and my wife staring at me saying that something's gone wrong with this fellow. And I looked at her and said, no, I found my answer to my question. I said, I think I think my discovery is complete. I know now how the inserter should be. She said, no, this is ridiculous. What are you doing over here with all of this? I said, no, this is R&D. This is not ridiculous. This is called R&D. So I was there going to my engineer, showing these boxes of tampons. The next few days were tampons in my car, tampons in the clinic, tampons in my house, tampons everywhere. And me working on designs, talking to the Japanese manufacturers of tampons, asking them how do we work out simpler solutions. And And it was a very interesting learning journey for me to understand how do we create something. And I went back to my engineers and they said, no, this is very complicated, it's not that simple. You're talking as though you're designing a toy. And I said to them, I said, this is making sense. I said, I don't know why I'm talking to you all. I said, let me go back to toy makers. So I went to toy makers. So this is Kausar Pasha, whom I met in one of the villages in my state in Karnataka. This man has a very interesting, he has a small hole in the wall garage kind of a thing where he makes science toys. So I asked Kausar, I said, look, I have this very complicated problem. I wanted to seek your advice, and he makes science toys. He specializes in science toys. So he said, look, I'll create a prototype to you in the next 1 hour if that's okay with you, and then we can work further. So I looked at him straight and I said, no, I've not bought the AutoCAD drawings. He said, no, he says, I don't work on that. He said, just give this to me. He took a feel of it, looked at it in all dimensions. He said, okay, let me just work out the first prototype. And he came back to me with the first one, which is this, which is a wooden toy made up of colors. And this is the gift that History Channel gave me, acknowledging Kausar Pasha's effort. It's a small 30-second video, but I would play this.
मैं होम वाले मशीन से ही बात कर रहा हूँ। अभी ये मशीन मेरे को इतना परफेक्ट बैठ गया है कि सब लोग मेरा आवाज सुन के खुश हो गया है।
Now this video is a testament of how me and Kausar Pasha actually joined together to create an innovation. And this is again another example of expanding your horizons, of how we actually went to a non-domain person. Now who would have imagined that a toy maker would actually solve one of the most complex problem an oncologist was facing at that point in time. And I think now today we are creating a voice chain. We are trying to go and reach out to nearly 140 countries of this world, poorest to the poor, where there is no hope of anybody getting voice, and trying to connect the world and see if we can actually make the world a better place by connecting these voices and giving them a voice. And today many organizations have actually acknowledged the effort of this, including DBS has given us the Social Venture Challenge Award. Harvard Business Review has created a report on it. To recently our Honorable Prime Minister and the World Economic Forum's acknowledgement of keeping this device among the 4 disruptive innovations from health at Davos in the World Economic Forum, where acknowledgements to the testament that good intentions are most important to incite and ignite an idea. So the first lesson that I wanted to share with you all was, we are all not constrained by the discipline of rigor, but by the limits of our purpose that to make a difference, and that's defined by our imagination. And I think expanding your horizon would require you to expand your imagination. And that's the first I want to share. And the second is to look at moving from ambition to purpose. We all have ambitions. We all want to be CEO, chairman, directors, but what defines our purpose of life is the path to fail successfully. So one of the interesting instances, and I keep sharing this philosophy, that our goal of education is knowledge, and the goal of that knowledge should be some form of service. What use is this knowledge and all this extremely elite education that you get if it cannot serve a fellow human being at need at the time of that particular hour? And that's where I want to share this little story. I'm a biker, I love biking, and I just go on these lovely long trips to search for solitude sometimes. And while I was on one of these journeys, I remember I was invited by this gentleman. His name is Dr. Swaminath, a very famous psychiatrist. He runs this small psychiatric rehabilitation center in the remotest corner of one of the villages, where he believed that forest tribals had also psychiatric illnesses, and it was an unaddressed problem. Now I would not imagine all of this, but what he would do was he would take destitutes who are walking on the road aimlessly. We used to laugh at them or just mockery and just ignore them sometimes as mad people, and he would take them from the road and take them to this center, help them remember who they are, and then send them back again. That's what he would do. So that was a very interesting thing, because I just went to say hi to him. I just thought on my way on biking, I'll just stop by, because he's been asking me for multiple times to come there. So as a formality and as my tick mark, I thought I'll do this and I'll go there and just say hello to him. But what ended up was meeting people like this gentleman that I saw there had been transformed into this. So the most interesting lesson for me in this entire journey was when I completed meeting with all of them, Dr. Swaminath asked me to write a small note in his diary about my visit and my experience. It was one of the most moving experiences I must have had during this period. So I wrote a lovely note for Dr. Swaminath congratulating him on something that I had never imagined, something that I thought was so soulful, so genuine, and something so powerful that had actually the power to change the way a world of mental illness could itself change. And while I was writing this note, I told him I would like to give you some suggestions, and he looked at me and said, look, we have a rule here, you just cannot just open your mouth on this. If you give me a suggestion, you yourself have to implement it. And I said, this is so stupid. I said, this is strange. So I got lip locked for a second, and I said, no. I said, what do I do? So I was half out of my suggestion, and I said, no, let me complete it. So I said to him, I said, look, I wish there was music over here. So he said, oh, he said, sure. He says, complete it. He says, go fix music systems everywhere. And I said, okay. I said, now that I've opened my mouth, I have to complete this commitment. So I was there. I went back to Bangalore, called up the CEO of one of these companies which owns these electronic stores, told him, get me some of these music systems, get this quickly arranged for me so that, you're able to send it. So I asked my secretary to courier this to Dr. Swaminath's center. And rightfully enough, after they have delivered, after they have received the delivery, Dr. Swaminath calls me up and in a very rude tone asks me, saying, who the hell told you to send all of this? I said, what do you mean? I said, it's one of the very good music systems. I've sent it to you as a part of my commitment. So I said, you should be happy about it. He said, no, this is ridiculous. You never even asked me. He said, you should have asked me proper suggestions. This is not the way you set up a music system. These are psychiatric patients. They just can't be put anywhere. So I needed a carpenter who will be able to set it up in a higher platform. I needed wireless systems, and I need an electrician, and I need all of this. He says, you've just done the job too easy by outsourcing it to 3-4 people. He said, this is so ridiculous. So there I was, fully confused and frustrated this time. He sent it back to me again, and I was going back now to carpenters, electricians, trying to figure out with wireless speakers, and that's the next lesson I learned, that advice is the greatest vice we can have. We all give a lot of advices. Now let's sit down and think back on how do we avoid these advices. So I now, every time before I give an advice, think again about Dr. Swaminath before I open my mouth, and I think if I get another Swaminath, I'm in danger because I'll have to implement it myself. So I'm very silent when everybody asks me for an advice, and I say, look, I need to be cautious before I open my mouth. The first question I ask myself is, what can I do for this? And if I can't do much, I'll be very cautious opening my mouth on this. And I think that brings us all to finding, when you expand your horizon, look at how do you find the purpose to your life. And that's the lesson number 2 I found. And I always say this, if you think that something is impossible, don't disturb the person who's trying to achieve it. Just leave him alone. And that's what I would want people to do with me. Every time I'm working on this most complex new drug formula, and somebody comes and reminds me, how do you don't even know chemistry. Why are you working on this complex drug formula? This is what happened to me 8 years back when I was working on a disruptive drug which I was working on, and multiple people reminded me that you don't know chemistry, you're not a drug discoverer, you're not this and not that. And today when I have a patent granted, people say, yeah, lucky man you are, and this drug happened to you. So I think it's about connecting the dots, and to my brothers and sisters from Kuwait who have invited me here, thank you again for this invitation. I must tell you all, connecting the dots happen when you look back, not when you look in front. I think someday we will all connect on why we met each other. I'm sure I'm going to connect with so many of the great friends I've made here, the great family that I've made in Kuwait. And I'm sure I'm going to connect these dots someday to think that there must have been some reason I was here. Otherwise, what are the odds of me coming to Kuwait and connecting with all of these people and talking at a chartered accountant's meet? Doesn't make sense to me. I've never done this before ever in my life. So I still think that purpose finds you when you're ready, and I think that is what happened with me today, that I'm sitting in the midst of all of you, and I think someday I'll connect these dots on why I came to Kuwait. I think the last one, and I'm going to try and wind up this very quickly. Sometime back, WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization, made me as the personality of the month, and they asked me a very nice question in the interview. They said, Doctor, tell us about your journey as an entrepreneur. And I said, look, there's one thing that I would like to confess, that as complex as the spelling of this word entrepreneur, so is the journey. I still don't get the spelling right. I'm not good at the spellings of this entrepreneur spelling. I often get it wrong. And look at India's gross domestic expenditure on R&D. And when I look at USA, when I look at China and other countries, we far away, but the bubble is small and still potential. And I think that's one of my humble submissions to the association here. I think if you want to move this bubble forward and if you want to make it bigger, I think India's dream would have to be changing from moving it to understanding and fundamentally pushing and understanding when do we do research, when do we do an invention, when do we do an innovation, and when do we do jugaad. India is famous for jugaad also. India's contribution to the world has been jugaad. So I'm remembering this very interesting article that got published in the British Journal of Medical Journal. It was about the use of parachute to prevent death and major trauma when jumping from aircraft. It was a randomized study, and funny part of it was this study showed that there was no use of a parachute when you jump from the flight. Now, this was a very shocking study. Imagine somebody telling you that there's no role for a parachute when you jump from a flight. So this was the actual study's pictures, this was of a stationary aircraft and the person was jumping from a small height. So sometimes data doesn't actually tell you, mislead you and everything, and I keep thinking to myself, one doctor can kill one person, but a chartered accountant can kill a complete community or a nation if his numbers go wrong, or kill a complete company by itself. And history is a testimonial to this fact that the companies have gone wrong because of one wrong audit. And I want to again help reiterate all of you that I think today a doctor sitting here and telling you is the importance of a chartered accountant is that a chartered accountant can maybe save more millions of lives than one small doctor who can just do one surgery or perform one small procedure. But yes, a doctor is still important, because I think after that we'll have to take care of the sick people who went wrong with that audit. So today we are working with the new theme, I think, which is what the ambassador, which is what Prabhu sir and the parliamentarian all reiterated, talking about how can India position itself at this juncture as beyond Make in India's version 2.0, as creating in India, as being the positioning of the marketing and the manufacturing hub. And that's where I'm taking this part as a part of the International Federation of Inventors Association, which I work with the Prime Minister's Principal Scientific Advisor's Office, where we work on innovations and we work on fast tracking innovations through this entire thing. And one of the things that I want to leave you all thinking is that during my meeting with His Holiness, he told me something very profound. When you get an idea, he said, look, an idea comes to you, not from you. And I think that is very thought provoking, that is very strong, powerful, that what message he gave me. That every time, like I told you earlier, when you wake up with an idea thinking that you've got something blockbuster and you've realized that 200 people have already achieved this idea. I think what he told us was so profound that changed me, and I started an initiative called Copyleft. So instead of copyright, I said, come and steal my ideas, So I run this initiative often now in multiple forums where I keep telling people, come together and let's exchange ideas. And the rule of the game is that you can rob my ideas and go, and I'm not going to blame you for it. It's a copyleft forum. And I believe there are more of these copyleft forums that are required, because, many of us today, I'm holding up an idea that I don't want to share with you because I think you're going to become a millionaire and I'm going to remain poor. So I don't share the idea, but actually you have the power to implement it, I don't have. But the power of an idea lies with the person who has the power to implement it, not the person who gets the idea. And today sharing ideas, that's why it's so important, and I believe these sessions are relevant for the world. And it's also relevant because today I was talking to one of the people in the Chartered Accountants group, and I was telling him how important it is to pay it forward, not pay it back. How many of us have been indebted to this world, to people who have actually given us so much, your parents, your friends, your families, who have not asked anything in return, and what do you do to them? How do you pay it forward? We all get our chances to pay it back to the Lord that we pray to Allah, to that Jesus, to Krishna, or whoever form that you believe in. That God doesn't want anything from you. All He wants is to help a fellow human being, and paying it forward is what we would need to do to expand our horizons. So I think I would want to leave you all with this lesson that today, in the 19th and the 20th century, knowledge was power. In the 21st century, there is an urgent need to say that ignorance is power. The more knowledgeable, the more restricted you are. The more education has restricted your thinking. So if you want to expand your horizons, I want you to meet ignorant people who have nothing to do with your profession and interact with them. I think they are the ones who are going to open up the barriers for you, and the gates, floodgates of knowledge will be opened by an ignorant fellow, not by an intelligent fellow in your domain. I'll leave you all with these philosophies which Justice M.N. Venkatachalaya told me. Justice M.N. Venkatachalaya is the former Chief Justice of India. He told me something very profound. If 3 doctors every day go walking from the home to the hospital, the GDP is low. And if the same 3 doctors buy a brand new Mercedes and drive it to the hospital, the GDP is much better. And if the same 3 doctors on the way to the hospital die in an accident, the GDP is the best. He said, do not assume GDP to the best assessor of your progress of this country. The true progress of a country cannot be mapped by GDP alone, because if you want to run that, then give it to pirates and smugglers. They will run it better than politicians. You will be successful, and auditing them would be easy at that point in time. The true expansion, he said, of a country's progress would happen when there will be an expansion of freedom. And he said, by inventing the small device, Vishal, what you have done, you have expanded the freedom of speech and gifted it to a lot of people. And I thought that was a great gift that he gave me as a point of knowledge. So I want all of you all to look at this, and I think this is what defines how do you find your ikigai. What you love and what the world needs is what is your mission, and what the world needs and what you get paid for is your vocation, and what you get paid for and what you're good at is your profession, and what you're good at and what you love is your passion. So in the center of this is your ikigai, and that's what I think is the philosophy of trying to find the central core of your being in the midst of all of what you do over here. And I think I'll close with this. Thank you very much. Again, I thank the Kuwait chapter for inviting me. This has been an honor, a privilege. I've made so many friends and connected with so many communities across. So a special namaste and salam to all of you. I wish this conference, this meeting, all the best, and may God be with all of you. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mr. Utpal Seth, a veteran in the capital market. He's been in the business of investing for over 30 years, the CEO and senior partner of Rare Enterprise. He manages a multi-billion-dollar proprietary asset management firm. Today he engages with investees, companies to enhance shareholder value by emphasizing the certain value drivers. Primarily he concentrates on all kinds of investing, which is long-term, equity, portfolio construction, risk management. He is also the co-founder and mentor of Trust Group. Trust Group is the leading fixed income firm which has evolved into full financial house. In Trust Group, his focus is on strategy and team building. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Utpal Seth.
Good day to everyone present here. Now we have a wonderful opportunity of interacting with none other than the great Sri Sunil Singhal. In the morning, we got to know about his professional achievements. We got to hear a lot about his thought process and what are his various advice and what we need to really learn and keep in mind, economy and all that stuff. But what we are going to do now is to take a little bit of a journey into his personal life. Sir, with your permission.
Thank you.
So we are here to learn how Sunil ji has actually started off his career, how his journey has been from chartered accountant and how he transitioned into what he is currently doing. And I'm sure this is going to be a very exciting story for all of us to hear. And let us not waste any more time in the process of introductions, and let's get on to right away understanding from Sunil ji about his exciting career. Sir, welcome, and again we thank you so much for taking your time out and coming all the way from India to here and to spend your time with all of us.
No, it's my pleasure, and particularly because it's a CA community, and I am also a chartered accountant, so it feels as if you are in the midst of your brothers and sisters, you know.
Absolutely, sir. It's a real privilege to say that you are a chartered accountant, and therefore, we get that pride out of, what you are. So before we start off with the journey of the career itself, I would like to ask you a little personal question to learn about your family background, because most of us, we feel, when we are into our career, especially with doing CA, we talk that okay, we have a father who is a CA, grandfather who is a CA, and somebody who is not able to do well just blames it on the generation above. You say, I don't have a father a CA, and therefore I cannot do things. So we really want to understand about your family background and what basically made you to to get into
Sure,
this.
sure. No, so I think thank you again. So like all Indians my age, I think I belong to a very modest middle class family. We are 5 brothers, sisters. I am the youngest, and my father worked with a Birla company for 50 years. First job and the last job. And actually, when I was growing up, obviously my elder brothers and sisters are quite older to me, but the immediate younger sister, or elder sister to me, but youngest and second youngest in the family, she was a science student. And when during her basically when she used to study at home, and sometimes she used to even dissect earthworms and cockroaches, and I got really put off by what she was doing. And in those times, we did not have the kind of options which kids right now have,
Right.
So it was either commerce, arts, or science. So arts was predominantly considered to be only for girls. So that left you with only science and commerce. And science I did not want to do because I got put off by what she was doing. So the only option left was commerce. So so that was the starting point, that ultimately you have to go in for commerce. So I got good marks in my 10th standard. I got admitted to a college called Narsimhanji NM College in Juhu, Mumbai. I'm born and brought up in Mumbai, though my ancestors are from Rajasthan. And during college, again, once you have taken commerce, the very logical thing to do was do your CA. Luckily for me, when I was in just starting my CA, that was the last attempt where you could do your CA along with your graduation.
Okay.
So it was a do or die, like the CA entrance. If you pass, you would be able to do it along with your graduation. Otherwise, you would have lost 3 years.
3 years.
Because then you would have had to do after BCom. And I was a good student. I passed my entrance, on my first attempt, and there I was, doing chartered accountancy.
Okay.
So I would say that very humble background, but good sort of thoughts, good learnings, and good teachings from parents and elder siblings. But going into chartered accountancy was a mix of lack of options and and I would say cutting down the choices which you had.
I can fully resonate with what you just said, because most of us, at least at the generation that we're talking about, had this way of getting into the profession. So coming forward from there, could you let us know about your first employment as a CA? What were the options at that time which were in front of you, and how you chose the one which you did?
Sure. So I started my CA, and I was a good student, and I completed my exams, all 3 exams, entrance, inter, and then the final in first attempt. And in fact, I got an all India rank, and I was only 20 and some months when I finished my CA final. And you must all be aware that till you are 21, you don't get your certificate. So I had to wait for 6-7 months to get my certificate. My articleship was with my uncle, Chacha.
Okay.
He was a chartered accountant. He was the first chartered accountant in our family. And while doing articles with him, I thought that I've seen my father and my elder brothers work for someone else. I wanted to do something on my own at that point of time. I was very young. So I joined my uncle, and I started to sort of practice for 5-6 years. We're very, very young, but I would say that those were good years, because my formative, I would say the whole analytical skills which I think I got was from writing accounts, auditing, visiting sales tax, income tax, company law offices, balance sheets. The whole interest of balance sheets, which I still have, came during my those period. But somewhere, I was always interested in equity markets, and that also came from reading balance sheets of companies which my father owned shares in, and that time you used to get physical, balance sheets. And I don't know how I started liking them. And also during my practice years, I had a couple of clients who were BSE brokers. That time only Bombay Stock Exchange existed. And it was very fascinating to go into that tall building and hear the open outcry system. It was like a ring where the brokers used to come and shout, and the trades used to happen. It was very fascinating. So that caught my interest. And luckily for me, NSE was planning to come into operation in 1994. I had a very close friend whose in-laws were quite wealthy, and they wanted to basically apply for the NSE membership. Okay. And that time you had to give an exam to apply for the membership, and they thought that Sunil is very smart, he will pass the exam. So they made me a director in their company and said, you give the exam. And obviously we got the membership, and then they offered me to join them as a working partner. So that was my transition from being in practice to going into equity markets. And it is not that I did not like practice, but I felt that I was not utilizing my intelligence and passion in practice. It was a little bit, how do I say, it's very inefficient system. I don't know how it is today, but that time it was. And equity markets, I thought that this is something which really interested me. So that was a transition from a practicing chartered accountant to someone who was full-time into equity markets.
Actually, there are very, very few rare, who probably I would have seen, who have completed the CA and just waiting for the age to be attained in order to get the certificate. And it's really so wonderful to see that you're one of them. And not only that, getting a rank and all that in CA, and then taking into practice and moving. So in fact, I wanted to ask you, what was that aha moment, for you to get into the equity markets? But now it's very clear. So you had the passion and you went into as a director into the equity markets. But is there a moment where you can define that, okay, this really confirmed my decision of coming here, and yes, this is where I'm going to succeed?
So see, once I joined the equity market, it is not that it was like, I was very young. It was not that my path was very visible in front of me. I just joined the equity markets out of passion. And in fact, when I joined this broking company, we had no experience of broking. And what I just did was I went ahead and tied up with all the BSE brokers to do their trades on NSE. And that's how we started to do well. But somewhere again around 96, 97, I started to feel that the intelligence was not being used, because we were just execution brokers. Okay. There was no research, nothing. There was no advice given to clients. The clients used to say, buy this, sell this, and we used to just execute.
More like a transaction broker.
Yeah. And that is where, again, there was a little bit of vacuum. But one thing, right from my school days, I was sort of always ahead wherever I got a leadership opportunity. So even in the school, there was one incident, when I was in class 7, and we used to have an elocution competition, which was only for class 10 students. Okay. And I was a very small young guy, and I just went to my principal and said, I want to participate in this elocution competition. And I used to be in a school called St. Anne's, where the principals used to be very, very strict. And everyone used to fear, but I just went. And he just saw me, laughed, and allowed me to participate, and I won the elocution competition. So I think even in the broking, that leadership sort of, you can call it the Kida, came in. I was instrumental in forming the Association of NSE Members of India.
Okay.
So I was a promoter director, and there I came across a gentleman called Pashupati Advani, who had just returned from Wall Street, and set up a base in India. And I got very friendly with him, and I joined him. So from a retail or an execution broking outfit, I moved to the institutional side. And that is where the whole interest of balance sheet got translated into actually formally analyzing balance sheets, dealing with foreign investors, dealing with local mutual funds. And from, I would say, the 97 to 2003 was a period where I learned a lot. Okay. Learned a lot about equity research, learned a lot about the boom and bust, because that time, if you remember, there was this Y2K and the whole technology boom. In India, you had Ketan Parekh and how the market just ballooned. And then from 2001 to 2003, it was global recession. You had 9/11 in the US. Right. There was a tech bust. Even in India, the scam broke out. Yes. So from like, nothing to the peak and then back to 2003, I think that was a big learning. So I would say that was like a transition where you learned a lot about what equity market is all about.
So this move obviously would have brought in the analytical side and the research side of equity markets.
Right.
And I would say that it will not be an exaggeration if I say that you are pioneer not only just in institutionalizing it, but also getting the equity markets from a mere transactional mundane thing to something more of a research.
Yeah, but I'll tell you very funnily, in 2003, stocks were so cheap in India, so cheap, and no one was looking at buying it. And we used to come out with research reports on stocks, and they looked so compelling, but we could not convince anyone to buy it. So as a someone working with a broker, I then decided that I want to buy my own stock. And that is where I decided to move from the sell side to the buy side. Okay. And I think that was a turning moment as far as my transition into becoming a fund manager was. So 2003, all the mutual funds were my clients. I reached out to them, 3-4 offered me to come and join them. But I decided to join the smallest mutual fund at that point of time, which was Reliance Mutual Fund. So we were 35th out of 35 mutual funds in 2003. Total corpus of only 40-50 crore rupees. That's it. Okay. And I joined them, and from there I think Reliance Mutual Fund never looked back. And I think even I would say with every passing year, my interest in managing money, and maybe you learn from mistakes. So the success also sort of followed.
Yeah, it just followed. So that's very, very, very nice to hear. So one interesting thing which I picked up from what you said is the risk-taking appetite of people. When you looked at 2003 versus now. So what is the shift that you see in terms of risk-taking? Between that period and now.
I would not say risk-taking. In 2003, unfortunately, no one used to even look at balance sheets. And I mentioned earlier that I was very interested in reading balance sheets, and I could see stocks so cheap. Even now I read 1,000 to 1,200 balance sheets a year because that is my passion. So it was quite easy to pick stocks, okay. Because no one was looking at it, and the stocks were so cheap, and no one was reading balance sheets. Obviously, it took time for those stocks to come into the mainframe and for them to perform, but when they performed, they really, really performed. I think the markets, equity markets in India have graduated, have become more mature. It's become more, I would say the depth has increased. Mm-hmm. The number of participants have increased. The number of analysts are now in thousands and lakhs. Okay. So it is good from a market perspective, but it is also challenging from an investor perspective. Okay. Because as the markets mature, the inefficiencies of the market keep on coming down. And if the inefficiencies keep on coming down, obviously the effort to make returns increases. So it is good in a way, but I'm just saying that it's changed a lot. And I would not say the risk-taking ability has increased, but the awareness from investors have increased. They now know that equity markets are not some speculation or a lottery or a gambling kind of a place. This is a place where you can very, very clearly invest for the long term, create a lot of wealth. Okay. If you research what you want to invest in properly, if you have the time, for your investments to grow, nothing can be better than this in a rising economy.
Absolutely. So going back to the ecosystem that you have created in terms of the research and analysis, I think that would have played a very pivotal or big role in the change in the mindset as well. So in the absence of any research, obviously it is more of a gambling. So now with all this research available to them, obviously any investor will have this comfort of getting into the markets. Right?
So it's a combination of a lot of things. I think our regulators have also become quite intense and on the ball. I think there is no place for any mischief. They come down very, very heavily. Media has played a big role, and as I said, awareness has increased. Portfolios of all managers are available online, and if even one stock goes here and there, you know how the Twitters of the world and all the all the media guys will point it out. So I think the scrutiny is very intense, which is good because it keeps you on your toes. Sometimes it's not fair also, because from a portfolio manager perspective, if you are investing in 20 stocks, it's always possible that you go wrong in 2 or 3 or 4 of them.
Right.
But the world is very ruthless, but you have to live with it.
You have to live with it, obviously. So talking about regulator, you drew attention to one very interesting aspect of your career. You worked with the CFA Institute in their board, and you have also worked with the IFRS Foundation, which lays the standards for the entire world. CFA, I would say, is more of an academic, and whereas here it's on a practical scale, you are going to tell companies how they need to report. So how do you feel from your perspective as a difference in the approach in these two? One is, I would say, completely academic. Maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. The other one is more practical, directly into the corporates.
No, I think one other important facet of something which has helped me a lot in my life has been the CFA course. So, I did my CFA when I was working as a broker. It was a new sort of a course which had come out, US based but globally recognized, and sort of the course for everyone or anyone who wanted to be on the investment side. So I did it around 2000 during that period. I was lucky, I cleared it in the first attempt, and what I also did, that leadership kida came in. And India did not have a society that time, a CFA society. So I formed the CFA society, and I was the president for 8 years. And then I was the first Indian to be inducted in the global board of CFA Institute. So I think what it did was, one, the CFA course was a global sort of, it gave me a global perspective. CA is a good foundation course, good course for anything to do with accountancy and a lot of other ancillary things. The CFA course is predominantly, it's the financial analyst course, so it's focused only on investment. So I think the course was good, and because of this leadership role, I was able to travel all around the world. My co-board members, when I was on the board for 6 years from 2013 to 2019, were all luminaries from different countries. And we used to have in-person meetings 4 times a year. So those 3-day meetings 4 times a year was like the best practical knowledge and experience you could have ever got.
Absolutely.
And I think you learned how this is done globally. So, in India, the mutual fund industry that time was only 15, 20 years old. Even now it's only 30 years old. But in the US, developed world, they have been like for centuries, So that really opened my life. So I won't say it's academic, it was practical. And the last 1 year of my board position in the CFA Institute was as the chairman of their investment committee. So they had a $500 million corpus, which I was managing as the chairman without getting paid for it. And this was money which was invested globally. So I think that knowledge also came in handy. At IFRS, it's more to do with the accounting standards, but pertaining to the capital market. So it's the IFRS Capital Market Advisory Committee, of which I am a member. Unfortunately, this coincided with COVID. So we have not had too many in-person meetings. And meetings virtually are good, but you don't get the same feeling, the same warmth, But it's been a sort of a good sort of experience, and it also allows me to contribute and give back to the profession in some manner.
That's wonderful. So when you talk about capital market specific, is it, if I'm assuming, say, all the IFRS 9s and all the disclosures came, that you were instrumental in bringing all those?
No, I was not instrumental. I'm part of the committee.
Okay.
Obviously, there are like 18, 20 people in the committee. So
okay. I think that would be safe for you to say this way, because there are a lot of people who are on the affected side of all these disclosures on IFRS 9.
It keeps chartered accountants busy, right?
Busy. Thank you so much for that, sir. And moving on from this phase into abacus, coming to that phase. This is something which is coming again out of the blue, from the path what you've been doing so far. So we would like to understand your mindset and what went through when you decided that you want to get into abacus.
So see, I told you, I joined Reliance Mutual Fund. We were only 50 crores in assets. One thing which we did was, we had no background of fund management, so we had an open slate, open mind, and sometimes it is good. And as I said, we focused on companies with balance sheet. But one thing also we did was, we believed that India grows because of entrepreneurs and despite the government, which we still continue to believe. And we focused on companies which were driven more by entrepreneurs. And within 5 years, from being 35th out of 35 mutual funds, by 2008, we were number one in terms of size. So this 50 crores had become 35,000 crores in equity assets, 1 lakh crore in total assets. We were like 50% larger than the second mutual fund at that point of time. And all along, I think I graduated into becoming the CIO equities there. And by 2017, I was managing like $11–12 billion. The total fund house was 3 lakh crores. At that point of time, I started to say that, now I have some 15 years ahead of me, maybe professionally, maybe slightly more. And all my life, I have backed entrepreneurs. And here, India is shining. India has such huge opportunity. I'm checking out becoming an entrepreneur myself. So that was a trigger point. It took me a year to convince my bosses to let me go. But finally, in early 2018, we set up abacus.
Okay.
And I think God has been kind. I think we have done pretty well. So within 5 years, we are almost 24–25,000 crores in assets.
Oh wow! This deserves a great applause.
No, thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic achievement.
Yeah.
So just to wrap up matters, there are a lot of young chartered accountants who have come out and not just qualified, and with bright eyes, with dollar symbols, shining in their eyes. And they have got a lot of options. Like, I'm sure when you started your career, you said pretty much the options were very limited and you were like forced to go to something, but then you found your passion. What is your advice to these young CAs regarding the career options available to them in today's world and what they can do?
No, I think it's a very relevant question. I keep on getting, calls and, young guys do come. I've been very actively involved, first with my CFA thing, and even now I go to universities to give guest lectures and teach. It is very obvious that these young guys have so many options that so many options are confusing them.
Right.
The other thing is that I see that most of these young guys are always looking at the option which is going to make them the most money. Not necessarily what is going to give them the most satisfaction.
Right.
So which is very different, and I think somewhere you have to balance it, because obviously, everyone wants to get rich. The only problem is everyone wants to get rich tomorrow. So from a young chartered accountant's perspective, there are a lot of options.
Right.
Obviously, capital market is emerged as a great option, but everything which any young professional, he or she would want to do, they have to give time to it.
Right.
I have seen that. I have also 2 young kids. The span of interest and attention is reducing. And that means that they get bored very fast. So we hire a lot of people now at Abacus, and every 3 months some analyst will come and say that now I want to do something different. I want to do something different again and again. Now, from an organization perspective, yes, you would want to encourage everyone to learn most, but at the same time, you just can't be operating a tuition class Why I'm bringing it up is for a young budding professional, you know, they have to give time to what they have set out to do. You know, they just can't be hoping that, you know, you're 24, a chartered accountant, you come, you become an analyst, and within 1 year you'll become a fund manager, and within 2 years you'll set up your own company. It's not going to happen. You know, you have to give time. The other thing is, you know, every professional will be good at something. It's not going to be the case that everyone is good at the same thing or everyone is good at everything. You know, so I think when you start to work, it is possible that the young professional realizes that maybe the number crunching is not for me, you know, or, you know, working on a particular sector is not for me, or maybe, you know, fund management is not for me. You know, it's possible. So I might be having an interest in acting, but I can't be a good actor, right? So that one should realize, and one should then at least work towards, you know, something where your interest also lies.
They need to discover themselves and give
Yes. So I think age is on your side. Obviously, the country is great, at least if you're looking at doing something in India. Give time and you'll reach there. But it's not the end. Like if you can't be a good analyst or a can't fund manager, it's not the end. There are so many options now available. You know, you have the knowledge processing industries, you have ancillaries which are there, investment banking, you know, you have the core banking, the private wealth. I think there's so many options. And you know, the core auditing. Now if no one is going to go in auditing, obviously after a few years you'll have shortage of auditors also, you know.
Exactly.
And then there are so many now acts, laws, you need good professionals, you know. I think one thing is that if you become a chartered accountant, you will not go hungry ever in your life.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now with the, just related to this question, what I thought was just to close off, now today everybody is talking about this artificial intelligence and all that's going to come as a disruption to a chartered accountant's work. Now, obviously the research and the number crunching part of it, of the equity, if I have to look at it, equity markets, is already taken care by AI. So what is the reskilling that you will advise to the young chartered accountants that they need to have? Because they came with certain set of skills earlier, but currently they need to reskill because of the AI. What's your advice to them?
So I think reskilling is going to be very important, and the cycles are getting shorter. So maybe earlier you might have required reskilling every 5-10 years, now will require every couple of years, which it's a matter of fact. You know, no one can hide from it, and if you don't, you will be left behind. That is very clear. Having said that, I think artificial intelligence is a new subject, but I think very interesting and scary at the same time. Scary because it can be misused to a large extent. Scary for someone who believes that they will replace human beings. And interesting for someone who believes that it can aid their efficiency. So I am in the second camp. I think artificial intelligence of any kind would aid in our efficiency. So as you rightly said, the basic number crunching might be done by AI faster. But see, ultimately anything you do in life is not only one thing. It's art, science, logic, numbers all put together. And logic is something which is very different for different people. You know, so I think there's huge opportunity. Even using AI, you can maybe, you know, make yourself much more efficient and take it a little bit more positively. From a chartered accountant perspective, see, they're smart people. That's why they've cleared this CA exam, you know. So I think they are actually in a better position to grasp something new. But you have to have an open mind. Earlier when computerization started, everyone was scared that now with computerization what will happen, because balance sheet tallying used to take 2 to 3 days if you remember.
Exactly, yes.
And then, you know, automatically it got tallied. So it's fine. I think as human beings will progress. When cars came in, all the bullock cart guys got threatened. There is a Hindi movie called Naya Daur, Dilip Kumar, very good songs. The whole concept of that movie was that there's a village and all the villagers, the only occupation is their tangawalas. So they ferry people from the village to the station and back. And then a bus comes and all the tangawalas are out of job. You know. So I think as human beings will progress, there will be some jobs which will be threatened, but they will evolve and start reskilling to do something else.
Right.
So I think even in AI, we have to use them to our advantage rather than treat them as our threat.
That's our threat. So, sir, thank you very much for your time with us, and what you have given as advice to these youngsters, I would say not only fits for the youngsters, but all of us experienced people also take a lot of message out of what you just said, especially the reskilling and way that we need to look at AI as more as an enablers. Pretty much works very much to all we experienced people, because we are the ones who are first feeling the threatening feeling that okay, now we'll be replaced, so that's something about it. We thank you once more for
Thank
your
you.
time
Thanks for
with
having
us.
me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We look forward to more and more of your visits here to us in Kuwait, so that we can keep all our community over here with full of wisdom. Thank you so much.
My honor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And on this note, may I invite our chairperson, CA Robin Gonzalez, to introduce the overseas leaders. Now, we thought of a small, session with the overseas felicitation. We thought handing over just a memento is okay, it's a minute of time, but rather we will have a little bit of interactive session with all the overseas leaders. So I am sure probably Robin would have already indicated you that we wanted to have a brief about your activities which you are taking up, what unique you are doing, and a kind of message to our conference. So let me start with my good friend and brother C.S. Tanumurthy from Bahrain chapter. So please. By the way, me and Stanu, a long association, we were there and executive committee members.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I don't know when the recording is going to be played, so accordingly I've taken care of all the 3 times. Bahrain chapter, as Venkat just mentioned, a special chapter where we have been exporting people everywhere. So we exported Venkat to Kuwait, and it's nice to see him here in the committee. Nice to see all of you, actually speaking. More than Bahrain, I would like to talk about us, this family of cousins, where we meet at this occasion of conferences, which is like a marriage ceremony. Each one of us, the chairperson of the respective chapter, is experiencing the vidai of the girl and the other. But it's a very nice experience. The fact that we're all together, spending time together is very unique, it's very nice, and I am cherishing every time I meet each one of you guys, and that's the fun part of it. In terms of what Bahrain chapter does, we do what you guys do. There's nothing unique, nothing different, nothing special about it. We do technical events, sports events, family events, and the like. And that's what just about it. Nothing specific, nothing unique. It's just that being together with you guys in this room, talking about this, it's giving me goosebumps. I'm really excited. I'm really happy here. So, I don't have anything else to share.
No problem. No problem. Let me put in some questions so that you can respond to them. So that will be more interesting. So what you know all the years of the Bahrain chapter. Every year you have worked with so many past presidents and all. What is the new thing which you think this year you wanted to bring in, or you plan to bring in? You have planned any special thing to change, or what has been traditionally following which you are going to change it coming year? So I just wanted to connect your thoughts to our conference theme, expand your origins, whether in the concept of this adapt, reinvent, excel. So do you have anything in your mind which you think that this is required for the Bahrain chapter and Bahrain fraternity out there?
I'll tell you one thing. Over the years, I've come to realize that predecessors have put in a lot of effort, and nobody is just trying to do something for the heck of it. But I've come to realize at some point in time, it can be misinterpreted as a one-upmanship. That should not be the case. The intent is really to increase or take the benchmark to the next level, but at the same time should not be misconstrued otherwise. So this year, my personal point was I want to integrate everything that I could relate to over the years that I have been and make it as a melange of all the best points that I could pick from the previous chapter.
He has really elevated a lot of our things to the next level based on the experience he got in Bahrain. And a lot of learnings we have applied to our conference right now based on all the learnings he got in Bahrain. So that's the collaboration we all need to have, and thank you very much.
For Abu Dhabi, I think
John, I don't know, he like travels like anybody's business. Even last year when I didn't know who was John, he came for a conference, suddenly came in the morning, Krishnan was already there, and suddenly I saw John coming and going out. And he's done that for a lot of things. Even for our conference, he called me 3 months back and asked me when is it, so that I can plan his next CP event. He's always thinking 10 CP events ahead. So that is very inspiring. And even when my guys went to Abu Dhabi last year, they said they really had a nice time because they planned things very well. And so each of you we have learned a lot because we are the youngest in terms of international conferences, only our third. So John has really set a bar high with bringing the ICAI to the UN and all those fancy conferences which they do in Abu Dhabi. We hope we'll be there someday. So over to you, John.
It's our pleasure to be here, to be part of the mingling with all GCC countries, chairperson. We all are here are either chairperson or vice chairman, that's it. Nowadays, we are meeting in every week some country, and we are feeling it's not Abu Dhabi chapter or not Kuwait chapter, it's like a GCC chapter we feel, That's what the feeling we get. I think there was no interaction for last year. Now this year it's because we are meeting so often, we're exchanging ideas. So actually we all are like in Abu Dhabi, we are like a family. There is no politics, It is, we have a good interaction with the past chairman, we have good interaction with the families. So there is no politics, there is no as fiery elections are not there. After so many years we had last year an election just for 1 seat was extra. So that's the, and we follow something, try to make sure that the ExCom try to put some rules or some traditions where people understand that, it is, people should expect, as what, a chairman expect or vice chairman expect. So if somebody come today, should not think that, I should behave like a chairman or start coming and meeting people. Everybody have their own expectation also been said to them. So that's what we learned from our our previous chairmen around. Actually, it is not that because I have done something. It was built by the previous people. Actually, it is. I don't take any claim, any credit of it. It's truly the previous chairman who built the chapters. They put each brick by brick so that we stand and enjoy that. We are able to see some kite is flying, it's very easy to hold and you just make it a little bit high. To take the kite from the bottom is very difficult thing. So this is why we enjoy. Thank you for everything, and the interaction we have is something great, and that's it.
And people will be coming at a subcommittee level, they'll grow over a period of time. So by the time they know what needs to be done, and again, as we mentioned, the group, the past chairman and other people.
Care, you are only showing the care in this room itself. It's a reflection of various things. So probably everything is applicable, even reinvent is one of the things which also required, because you need to come back. We are innovate, whatever you say, This year our theme is basically innovation and vision. So our theme is also, again, as Abu Dhabi chapter, we look always into innovation. We try to avoid the tradition, though it's not saying that traditional is good, but that's a stepstone. But again, from where we try to improve. We learn from here also, every chapter we go, we try to learn many things. And you also come here and learn from different chapter. If you don't learn, you are not part of the growing team, So as a chapter, we try to innovate things to bring that happen, that how the innovation really make in practice.
My recent and then the first visit to Doha chapter was due to the football match. So that's the first time I visited. I did so much crowd and literally
so much effort.
No, literally it's
associated with
I haven't seen so much of crowd. That much crowd I have seen in one is in Mumbai railway station metro. Sorry, this train local trains. Otherwise in Qatar time, the football time, it's an ocean of people going into immigration. I was telling my friend, do you really think we will finish it now? Then he said, no, they have improved a lot, let us see out. And believe it, we finished almost 200-300 people finished in 2-3 minutes immigration is over. So fast. Just walk and everything is captured online, and by the time you go there, gate, you just show your face, finish, go out. And
So Vignesh was in Kuwait for many years, and now we're very happy that he's taken leadership of a chapter outside of Kuwait. So actually very proud. In fact, when I became chairman, in my first speech, I mentioned that it's all about leadership, and we actually transported leadership from Kuwait outside also. So that's the thing I mentioned in my chairman speech when I took over this year. So very happy and proud that you've done it. And your conference, like I said, was the first I attended. For me, it was an eye-opener how conferences are held. And everything you all did for me, because it was my first time, was perfect. When I came into Qatar, I got a message from Kamlesh saying, I'm the vice chairman, welcome to Qatar. I'll never forget that. And everything was taken care of. So you all did a fantastic conference this year. Very, very good.
And it was great to have all of you in Doha in October when we had our international conference. You know, it's always great to have a gathering of all of you. We met in GloPac, we met before. Earlier also, 2019 also, since then people have, we have met people. I still remember when we met in Bombay also at that time, some of us had met. So, but yes, then there was COVID and there was something, a lull period. But I think this is great meeting everyone and a lot of things to learn. I think each and every place you go, there's a lot of things to learn. The fun aspect is always there, but there's a lot of things to learn and catch up as well. In terms of Doha chapter, well, it was formed even before we were born. We are the oldest, and then, but I think we work as John also mentioned, we work very cohesively in Doha, be it the ExCom, the past chair, or as a whole. I was just telling someone today, I think it was Stanu or somebody, shall I send a message to Kamlesh or you? I said, you send it to anyone, it's the same thing. So it's that kind of a cohesiveness. So I think we are a very close-knit chapter. Much smaller than you guys maybe, but in terms of size, but then growing. Learning a lot, and I think this is a great opportunity for us to interact and learn from all.
My experience has been really very good. 2019 was the year in which I came on the committee. Before that, I was part of subcommittees there. And I remember 2019 Mumbai, the international conference that we went. I remember Aditya and Rohit also was there, I think. Two of these guys I remember. So, and then unfortunately COVID stuck and all. And then last year Abu Dhabi was the first conference where we went. And anyways, I was really impressed. I say everywhere, like they didn't have one single technical event.
Thanks for making it happen. It is always a great pleasure to be back in Kuwait.
So one more thing I wanted to acknowledge Doha for, the reason we got Suresh Prabhu here today is only because of we went to Doha and met him there. So thank you very much.
Personal impact had a big role for
we had and thanks to Nirlep, I just want to publicly acknowledge him here. He arranged a meeting with us, and I know Suresh Prabhu had an extremely busy schedule. We got 4 minutes with him, and Rohit was not there, so he went to the bathroom and we just rushed. So Aditya and me got, and that's how I connected to him. We immediately in those 4 minutes gave him our directory and told him he has to come to Kuwait. So it stuck in his mind. And I told him I'm from Goa. And the first question, when he is such a humble man, I thought he would forget me because his office was in touch with us after that. But the first thing when he landed, he said, that time he had asked me about my parents and all that and who stays with them and what. The first thing he asked me when he landed is, how are your parents in Goa? I didn't even know he'll remember me. So that's the humility he has, and it's all thanks to the connect we had when we were in Doha that we could get him here today. And believe me, IBPC of this place, which I have introduced you, they're a very powerful organization. They have reach all over the place. They were trying for 1 year to get him. They could not. And we who don't have any access, nothing, we just, I'm telling you, we don't have hardly any access. We just came to Doha once and we got him here. So that's thanks, really, from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you guys for that.
I would like to have the Oman chairperson to share his thoughts, what is happening in Oman chapter and what kind of new things which they are going to plan in Oman.
Wait, just before Jim starts, just want to thank Jim for coming. And I have known Jim, I think we were both secretary for the same time. We used to meet online for events, and okay, I know Jim. Fine, now we become chairpersons at the same time. So this thing goes long back, same with Vignesh. So Jim is always inspired me personally and the Kuwait chapter for a lot of initiatives which you do, especially the connect you have with the local community. With your CFO mentoring program is very inspirational. We've always aspired to do something like that here. We were also very impressed with the amount of Omanis you took to GloPack. It is also very inspiring. So all these initiatives, it's always good to learn, like John said, from each other, because it's not a competition, and that's the best part of our GCC. We share speakers, we share content, we share a lot of thoughts. So thank you, Jim, for coming, and over to you now.
Thank you. So actually, when the idea was there, we will get some time to speak in the conference. We actually prepared a speech, a marketing speech for our international conference. See, I would like to see it from a different angle. So far, I have attended only Abu Dhabi International Conference. One time I attended, it was a wow feeling. Next time I said I want to go for wherever you people go, but Abu Dhabi I want to go. So your international conference is always special. We'll learn a lot from you. I have now, this year I covered all. Each one is different and each one is giving different experience. We are learning things from you. And as far as Oman is concerned, Oman earlier past leaders, they were at very higher level, and they always created a very good relationship among the goodwill for ICI in Oman. So we are highly respected there, whether it is at ministry level or government level, regulators. So they created the background, so we don't have to do much things. And last year also, Sajeev did a lot of things in this same line. So in fact, the CFO mentoring program is also, he only started. I will have to just take it and just take the credit practically. That is what happening. So another thing is that he struggled to do the GCC event. So we gave created the idea, we prepared a plan, we submitted a proposal to ICI. We were expecting that they will support because it's a new initiative and somebody should take the initiative. But somehow it didn't work out. But thing is that if we do only GCC meet, we will not get local support. So we planned it as a GCC meet and investor meet. So we know when GCC meet is happening, at least 100 people will come from GCC. So we can at least present them as investors, because otherwise if we do investor meet alone, it is difficult to get people. People should come from India for this. So we thought of combining these two, but government was highly supporting. So we cannot back off. Even if GCC is not there, we cannot back off from investor meet. So that's why we are proceeding with we connected with our international conference. So we need support from each and every one of you. We will share the advertising materials, videos. Ministry is making this actually, so we will share it with you. As far as possible, you share it with your members. Try to get some candidates, and we expect participation from all of you. Care, adapt, and all. I would like to see it from a different angle, because see, I never last year or year before, we don't have this much connection between the team. Each one is different. If you see, Stanu is a very mature character, but Rabin is a different one. So, but whenever Kuwait team is coming, I'm very happy with them. They were the naughty boys. So I was always part of them. So they take care of the people. So then others also adapt to this. Even we spoiled Stanu also to some extent. So I think that is the way.
Stan is still virgin. In my speech today, and that also goes to shows our collaboration. He wrote something very wonderful, and for my inaugural speech, I used those 2 lines with his permission, and he was graceful enough to allow me to use them. So thank you very much. It all shows the bond we share and the friendship we share. I hardly met him. In fact, the first time I'm meeting him, but just that we are members of this fraternity, I just reached out to him. I said, "This is wonderful. Can I share it?" He was said, "Go ahead." So
I remember Jay's message. It was in overseas chapter, and
yes.
I also read it in your speech. Also, that time itself I got very message. I said,
where there is, we said about care, right? So where there is care, peace prevails. Where peace prevails, opportunities are created. Where opportunities are created, horizons expand. And each other so well because of the pains we go through managing chapters. So John, when he called me yesterday, he said just 2 words, Rabin, all the best. And I said, it gave me so much of peace. Stanu messaged me, every one of you all messaged me. I can actually see what you all are meaning. I know, did you sleep? Or I know what it meant. We didn't sleep on those particular days. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you for joining us back again. Our next speaker really is a champion, the champion of champions, if you want to call him that. He is extremely famous, especially in the Middle Eastern region. Hails from Saudi Arabia. Has had a lot of challenges in his life, especially when it comes to speaking. And today, he has proved to the world that anybody and everybody can speak in the way they desire to. 5 times TEDx speaker, world champion at the 2015 World Championship speech competition. Stands here before you, taking us on his journey on how he embarked life. But the strange thing, he is a cyber securities officer by profession. He has lived his life in Saudi Arabia, most of it, studied in the US for 4 years, and today would like to share this journey with his very famous book, The Power of Words. And when he says it, he means it, that each one of us has the power in our words to either influence somebody from the slums to make them very successful, or just to kill them with our words. So ladies and gentlemen, behold, World Champion 2015, Mr. Muhammad Kahtani. Muhammad Kahtani or
Yes. 3, 2, take 2.
So ladies and gentlemen, join me now in welcoming World Champion 2015, Muhammad Kahtani.
Hello everyone, and I hope you're having a wonderful day. Let me start by asking you this question. What is the first thing that you remember? What is your earliest memory? Now, for some of you, when you travel back into memory lane, you might remember something when you were, I don't know, 3 years old or 4. And it comes kind of like a dream. My earliest memory, I was 7 years old, first grade school. I'm sitting at the front row. A teacher walks in and placed a book in front of me and asked me to read. And when I started reading, I stuttered. And he slapped my face. What's wrong with you, boy? Speak again. And he slapped me again. Are you sick or something? Read again. And with tears running down my face, I tried third time and I still stuttered. And he said, stop. There is no hope out of you. He took the book and gave it to another student. There is no hope out of you. It might be just a sentence, but that sentence stuck with me. I truly believe that this teacher is right. There is no hope out of me. And you know, ladies and gentlemen, when you face a challenge, when you are faced with an obstacle, you have 2 options. Option A, face a challenge, work on yourself, try to overcome it. Or option B, take the easy road and try to avoid it. And I'm here to tell you that option B, or the easy choice, is usually not the right choice. That was the very first mistake I ever made. I chose to take the easy road. I went to the back of the class, I sat in the back, and I kept my mouth shut. And for years, that was my life. I go to school, I come home, I lock myself in my room. You know how you have childhood friends? I don't have any, because I didn't speak to anybody, not even my siblings. Why? Because there is no hope out of me. I'm a lost cause. And I felt so ashamed of myself. It's like I'm not even worthy. And everybody can speak except me. And because I used to spend most of my time by myself, I used to read a lot and thus became, the top student in my class. I remember last year at high school, as I was about to leave the school, somebody tapped my shoulder. I looked over, and it's a fellow student in my class. And he said, Muhammad, you're really smart and you're always the top of the class, but I don't think I ever remembered hearing you speak. And I remember I took a piece of paper and a pen, and I wrote, I don't speak. He said, that's not true. Because if you're mute, you'll be in special schools. But you're here with us, which means you can speak. Your problem is you're afraid. However, I can help you. Do you want me to help you? He said, in order to overcome any kind of fear, you need to face the ultimate form of that fear. I said, what do you mean? He said, tomorrow morning, I want you to go to the principal's office and ask him to read the morning announcement in front of the entire school. I know it's scary, but this is your remedy. And my fellow audience, when you're desperate and somebody extend a helping hand, somebody throw you a lifeline, even if the idea doesn't make sense, because you're desperate, you will hang on to it. And that's what I did. I went to the principal and I said, I would like to read the morning announcement. He gave it to me. I stood in front of 400 students, and in my mind I'm thinking, as soon as I open my mouth, my problem will be solved, because he told me so. And I started speaking and I stuttered, and I still remember that moment to this day. 400 students, everybody was just laughing at me. Hysterical laughter. I felt so small and insignificant. The one thing that I've been running away from my entire life, I voluntarily walked right into it. Why? Because somebody gave me an advice? Maybe that teacher was correct. There is no hope out of me. During recess, I went to the same student and I said, I hope you're happy. You made everybody laugh at me. Is that what you want? Did you satisfy your sick pleasures? Are you happy now? And he said, Muhammad, it's not going to happen from the first time. Success is not something like that. It doesn't happen from the first time. Go back and try again. My fellow audience, this is a problem that we all have. We rush conclusions. We rush results. We try to embark on a new journey, and once we hit the first obstacle, we give up and say, well, I guess it wasn't for me. Ask anybody who made it in this life. Ask any successful person. They would tell you they had to fall once and twice and 10 times and 20 times. There will be moments when you're sitting in your living room or even in the shower crying just because you had some hopes and it just didn't work out. But you pick yourself again and try. So he told me, go back and try again tomorrow. And like an idiot, I listened to him again. I don't know why. The next morning, I stood up. I spoke, I stuttered, they laughed. The morning after, I stood up, spoke, stuttered, they still laughed. But I noticed some of the words that I used to stutter in yesterday, I don't anymore. You know what? He was right. This is working. It just needs time. And from that moment on, I took any chance to be on stage. I even joined the theater group. And when I joined the theater group, I used to do comedy plays and play a comedy character. I thought in my mind, hey, if they're gonna laugh anyways, they might as well laugh with me and not laugh at me. Graduated high school, went to school in the US for the university, 4 years university. Every morning I go to school, every night I go to stand-up comedy club and do open mic nights. Sometimes I do well, sometimes I'm getting booed, but the stuttering was completely gone. I was cured. 2004, I came back, I got a nice job, and when I got my job, I thought to myself, let me put all of my energy into my work. Speaking, this is just a hobby, you know. So for 4 or 5 years, my main focus was just doing my work, and I stayed away from speaking. During this 4 or 5 years, I was working on a very big project, and by the end, I need to present it to the board of directors. And I thought to myself, presentation? That's a walk in the park. I used to do stand-up comedy when I was in college. I'm used to the stage. And I remember standing in front of the board, and as soon as I opened my mouth, I'm stuttering worse than before. It was so horrible that my boss cut me off halfway through and said, it's okay, I'll take over. And I walked out of that room thinking, what is wrong with me? I've been on the stage before. Why can't I do it anymore? Because, ladies and gentlemen, everybody has a talent that nobody else in this world has. However, if you don't work on it, if you don't improve it, don't think it's going to stick around waiting for you to pick it up whenever you want. The thing that you don't practice, you will definitely lose. I lost it. I lost the ability to speak. And I needed to pick it up again. So I joined the Toastmasters Club. Now, Toastmasters is a non-profit organization with clubs all over the world where you get to practice being on stage every week or every other week. And this is exactly what I wanted. So I joined the club and I started to get my groove back. And I heard about something called the World Champion of Public Speaking. It's a contest that starts from the club level and then you go all the way up. I tried it for the first time in 2010 and I lost. And I had to be reminded by a dear friend of mine that it's never about the winning or the losing. You see, ladies and gentlemen, we often chase like materialistic things, a higher pay, fame, money, power. But it shouldn't be what we're looking for. It should be just a key that opens the door for you to make a mark and make a legacy on this world. The money and the fame and the power, you will get it one day. But ask yourself, what you're going to do once you have it. In 2015, I made it to the World Championship Finals for the very first time. And I stood on a stage with 4,000 people in front of me. And I still remember that room. I cannot even see the end of it. And I thought to myself, 4,000 people all just looking at me, waiting for me to speak. And I gave a speech titled The Power of Words, how words can make or break a person. And later they announced the winners, and they announced the World Champion of Public Speaking, and they said my name. And when I walked into that stage and they gave me that giant trophy, they said, would you like to say a few words? And as I walked the podium, I got flashbacks. It's a small town in the south side of Saudi Arabia. I flew there to see my mom and dad. And one day, I was standing at a gas station, and I'm filling my car with gas. And I looked over, and I saw a person, an old man on a cane. I looked closer. I recognized the man. This is the teacher who slapped my face and told me there is no hope out of me. And my first impulse was like, come here. But then I decided, you know what? It's been a long time, decades. Let bygone be bygone. So I walked up to him, shook his hand. I said, do you know who I am? He said, yeah, I've seen you all over the news and I'm so proud of you. I said, yeah, okay. I just want to tell you that I forgive you. And he said, for what, son? I said, do you remember when I was in first grade and you slapped my face and you said, there is no hope out of me? He said, sorry, son, I don't remember. The very next year, I'm giving a keynote in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. Big stage. When I was done, I stepped out and people came to me to shake my hands or whatever. And I can see through the crowd, I saw a person. I recognized him. The student who gave me the advice to stand in front of an audience. The guy who literally was behind the person that I am today. I couldn't believe it. I walked up to him, shook his hand, and hugged him so tight. And I said, I really want to thank you. He said, for what? I said, you know, you told me to stand in front of an audience at school and start speaking. And he said, I don't remember. In both cases, both men didn't remember what they said. But one of them was the reason for the destructions of a kid's life, and one was the reason for saving it. My fellow audience, there will be times when you're having a bad day. There will be times when you are in the mood. There will be times when you're pissed about something. And you might say something you don't even care about, but you do not know who's in the other end. You do not know who's listening. You might be the reason that somebody is having a horrible life just because of something that you said years ago and you won't even remember. On the other hand, you might be having a meeting with your team and say something motivational or something encouraging, and years later, somebody is having a better life just because of something that you said years ago and you don't even remember. That's why words have an immense power. At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we're all gonna die one day. We're all gonna leave this earth. Ask yourself, what legacy did I leave behind? Did I leave this planet a better planet just because by being here? And if the answer is no, then I'm sorry, you're just a number. You're just a statistic, that's it. When the day comes and people hear that you passed away, there will be three types of responses. People might say, oh, thank God he's gone. It's about time. Or they might say, huh, okay. Or they might say, what? Oh no. Which response are you gonna get? I'll leave the answer to you.
Good evening, fellow members, special dignitaries and guests. We have come to the end of this event, and this cannot be complete without thanking everyone who has made this event a success. Well, most of us present here, for them it will be a one-day show, but for many others, it's a non-stop planning and execution for last 3 to 4 months. I would like to first thank the dignitaries, His Excellency Dr. Adarsh Savaikaji, Indian Ambassador to Kuwait, for making time out from his busy schedule. C.A. Suresh Prabhuji, who has come all the way from India just to honor our request and add charm to the event with his gracious presence. C.A. Ranjit Agarwalji, Vice President ICI, for accepting our request and being a part of us for witnessing the 3rd International Conference. It's a pleasure and honor to have you, sir, with us. We are glad that in the last 2 months, we have met you thrice at different conferences, including GLOPAC, and you had always assured us of your presence, and glad you made it happen, sir. Our friends from Kuwait Accountant and Auditor Association, Chairman Mr. Sabah Mubarak Al-Jalawi, Mr. Abdullah Al-Isa, Board Member of KAAA, and Ms. Nagam Al-Ghanem, Member of KAAA. We appreciate your presence, and it shows the unstinted support and bonding of KAAA with KCICI. We would like to express our sincere thanks to the speakers who have invested time from their busy schedule to make this event a grand success. Dr. U.S. Vishal Rao, Mr. Utpal Seth, Mr. Mohammad Kattani, Mr. Anuj Singhal, CA Sunil Singhania, CA Sanjeev Agarwal, and CA Sriram Gopalakrishnan. Special thanks to Mr. Puneet Chaudhary, who has curated the panel and facilitated speakers for the conference. With the amazing session from each one of you, we feel enlightened and confident that this will help us to expand our horizons of thinking and be better professionals in our respective fields. We would like to thank our chapter representatives from GCC countries, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, Oman, and Doha. Your presence adds charm to the event by making it feel like an international conference. Event of this magnitude cannot be successful without the support of our sponsors. I would like to thank the following sponsors for their support and faith in KCICI. Platinum sponsors HumanSoft and Ehli United Bank. Strategic sponsor Ooredoo. Gold sponsors Pobyan Bank, Medan Dental Clinic, Advanced Technology Company, Kuwait International Bank, Bahrain Exchange Company, Protivity, Al Babtain Group, Caesars Group, Al Rayan Holding, Tally. Silver sponsors PKF, Malabar Gold, PwC, Ali Al Ghanem and Sons, Automotive WL, EY, Apparel Group, Ebix Cash, KPMG, Ali Al Ghanem and Sons, Jewelry Retail Company, SPC, Capico, Merkers, Excite. Gifting partner, Jashanmal. Printing partner, Sultan Printing. Event partner, Design Master. Hospitality partner, Crown Plaza. We would like to thank our annual sponsors, Almula Exchange, Oracle, and NBK for their continued support throughout the year. We would like to thank the advisors, past chairpersons, who have set the benchmark so high for which the present team needs to really put in a lot of effort to meet the expectation of all members. We are committed to this, and for sure, we will be delivering to the best capabilities. In this journey, we all, the members of organizing committee, were working around the clock. This could only be possible with the support of their respective family members. We sincerely appreciate the support from the respective spouse to allow the organizing committee members to serve the chapter, keeping them away from the family. We would like to thank the office bearers, ExCom, subcommittee members for all their effort and selfless service they have been doing to make this event a grand success. We would also like to thank the team who has been helping on media coverage, Indians in Kuwait, Times Kuwait, Arab Times, the IG World, and many others. We have a young and dynamic team handling the social media and website that engages with members and audiences and helps us in branding KCICI better. Last but not the least, we would like to offer our sincere thanks to the hotel management of Crown Plaza, event management team, Design Master, and to all our members who have attended the conference and made it a grand success. We have an exciting conference giveaway exclusively for members who had registered and attended the conference. So, hoping whoever has their ID cards, kindly contact with one of the committee members and please collect your giveaways. Thanks to Jashanmal for being the gifting partner and helping us to create memories for members who attend as a gesture of small giveaway. Thank you. Dear friends, on behalf of KCICI, we would like to express our sincere condolence on the demise of the Amir of the State of Kuwait. During our event, we got to know about the news and we were really in a state of shock. But as a gesture of respect, we immediately concluded our conference. And we hope that God gives us strength to recover from this loss. Thank you.